say. Trying to be no delay, but sometimes I can't help it, run into problems and obstacles, but they just get me smarter and stronger every time. So I gotta unload my mind with what I'm talking about today. On the challenge of the 30 days, today is day 6. Gotta make 30 apps. So yeah, ran into some problems yesterday. Got the app done. Running into some problems with it though, so I had to end it early before I could make it live. Figured out what those problems were. Basically, I ran out of space on my plan. I had a free plan. That's why I ran out of space, and it was through Netlify or Netlify. I don't know how you say it, but essentially they took down all my apps because I ran out of my data for my free plan, and they wanted me to upgrade. So I found an alternative to Netlify, which is basically the apps that I'm making so that they can be live. And what it did was, I basically had to transfer them all to Vericel. So what I did was also in the comments for YouTube, I'm gonna go there right now. I listed all the apps that I made and all the links. So now if you want to see the apps that I made so far, you can go on to, let me make sure, yeah, so it says I'm live right now. See, that's kind of strange. The, what do you call it, the thumbnail it's showing is not a thumbnail that I remember creating, but that's okay. I don't know why I was doing that, no worries. But yeah, everything else looks good. So essentially, if you go look in the description, the video description, what it's going to show you is a list of all the apps that I've made so far. Go ahead, feel free to check any of those apps out. Leave any comments, any questions about the apps. I'm trying to make them as simple as possible for beginner investors. And these apps so far have been focused on learning charting tools. So essentially, if you're a beginner investor and you want to learn investing, it would help a lot to learn first to read a chart, second candlestick chart, and third would be the charting tools. So yeah, this could take a lot of time. It takes a lot of trial and error. Essentially what all these tools do with investing is they give you a better idea or a more likely possibility of what is going to happen. You can look back and you can see what's been happening, what happened in the past when it was in that same situation. It's called backtracking, and you can see what's more likely to happen. So what I did was I'm making these apps for beginners so that they can basically understand what the tool is doing. It's going to read the tool for you. Like it's going to basically translate what the tool says, so you don't have to learn it. And then it's going to be very simplified instructions on the apps that are going to be telling you, like, okay, if you want to know more, this is what the tool means. This is what it's telling you. And then basically, if you want to take it to the next level, you can actually go and learn that tool yourself. And as I've been saying, as you become a better investor, essentially you should need to rely on the tools less and less. I don't even look at tools anymore. It's very rare that I do. I would mostly just look at the charts, mostly the candlestick charts. So I was thinking for today, the next app I'm going to do is going to be for candlestick charts. And this is like a very simple app, essentially. I think I think this is really one of the first steps people should understand. So if you don't know what a candlestick chart is, like if you ever seen a stock chart, is basically like, the price is like moving up and down. Like it's like a chart where it shows like the number of the price here and then like the date here. So as like the date moves, as time moves, the price is moving up and down depending on the price and the date. Well, essentially, a long time ago, I believe it's called Japanese candlesticks. So I believe it was somebody in Japan. I think if I remember correctly, I think it was like a rice trader that invented this. So essentially what he did was instead of he changed it from a line chart to his own variation that is still used today that is very helpful, called candlestick chart. And essentially what this is instead of a line, it's candlesticks, and it'll be like a block and usually a wick coming out of the top or a wick coming out of the bottom, or both. So what it is, if the candle's green, that means for the time frame you're looking at that candle is, that the price went up. If the candle's red, it means that time frame that the price went down. And essentially, like if there's a block to where the price started at the beginning of that time frame and the price ended at the beginning of that time frame. And if there's a wick, like it means it went in that direction but came back, and it could be either side. But these candlesticks can give you a lot of information because there's different candlestick patterns, and these make it so it's like more likely. The reason I like candlesticks the most is that I feel like it's more likely to predict when a trend is starting and ending, and maybe even like if where you are in the trend, because sometimes different trends follow different patterns. But kind of my idea for today's app is essentially going to be to make it as simple as possible for candlesticks. So basically that I'm thinking about doing like 3 different time frames, like a daily, maybe like, oh no, I should do a 4-hour, a daily, and then a monthly. So essentially you'd want to be looking at the 4-hour. Well, first you'd want to be looking at for a long-term investing, you'd want to be looking at the monthly. If the monthly candlestick is good, then you'd want to look at the daily. If the daily candlestick looks good, then you can look at the 4-hour. And then the 4-hour is going to tell you like a shorter time frame of like, when it's actually smarter to buy. So yeah, hopefully this app works, and I'm gonna go into what you call it. I'm gonna go into AI. I'm gonna go into Gemini and Claude. I'm gonna explain to them what I'm trying to do, and let's see here. I just want to pull the comments up on the screen. Make sure you leave any comments or suggestions if you have any, and I guess that would be on this site. Okay. Alright, cool. Time to go into AI, tell it about what I'm trying to do, and start a new chat. Alright. Today I want to make an app that I'm going to do on live stream, and I want to make it for beginner investors. I want it to deal with understanding candlestick chart. My idea is to have basically 3 different time frames so people have a better idea of the overall picture of when to buy or sell a stock. So I was thinking about doing a 4-hour time frame, a daily time frame, and then a monthly time frame. I was planning on using Claude Code. Do you think that this is something that Claude Code could create? Yeah, this new tropical 7-Up, man. Sounds like a good project for a live stream. Highly visual, provides genuine value to beginners, has a clear logic that viewers can follow in real time. To answer the main question, saying that yeah, Claude Code is an excellent choice for this. Claude is particularly strong in writing clean Python and React/TypeScript for UI. It can definitely handle the heavy lifting of building a multi-time frame dashboard. Here's a breakdown of why the strategy works. Why the triple time frame approach is smart. Beginners often get zoom in syndrome. They see a huge spike on a 5-minute chart and buy, not realizing the monthly trend is crashing. The 4-hour daily and monthly setup provides a great top-down analysis. Monthly shows the major trend. Are we in a multi-year bull or bear market? Daily is going to show the intermediate trend. What has happened over the past few weeks? And the 4-hour is going to show the execution zone, finding the specific entry point for a trade. So how Claude can help me build it? Claude Code is specifically designed to navigate your code base, create files, and fix bugs. You can prompt it to set up the scaffolding, initialize a Vita React project with Tailwind, CSS, and charting library like lightweight charts or recharts, handle data immigration, write a script to fetch historical, OHLC, open, high, low, close data from a free API, and then sync the charts. This is the pro feature. I can ask Claude to make sure that when a user types in a ticker, like Apple or NVIDIA, all 3 charts update simultaneously, add technical overlays, ask it to add a moving average to the monthly chart to help beginners see the trend even more clearly. Okay. I want to make sure that I have Claude write tooltips for the candles. So basically like show what kind of candle it is and what that candle means for the market indecision. Show the prompts, let the viewers see the prompts that I give to Claude Code, and handle the API key moment. Because I'm on live stream, I got to make sure that the viewers can't see the API keys, because you want to keep your API keys private. Alright, and what they're recommending for the front end is React.js, that is fast and Claude friendly. So React, this is basically an open sourced front-end JavaScript library for building user interfaces. It allows developers to create dynamic, interactive web and mobile applications efficiently using a component-based architecture. For the styling, recommends Tailwind CSS. This is what I've been using for all the apps, I believe. And this is essentially a utility-first CSS framework that provides low-level, single-purpose helper classes that can be composed directly in HTML to build custom designs without writing traditional CSS. For the charts, I should use TradingView lightweight charts. For the data, either Alpha Vantage or Polygon IO. So it's asking me, should I start with an initial system prompt? And today I want to do something a little bit different. I was researching more on how to basically from the start to the finish, how to make these apps better. And essentially from the start, I would want to make some project files, essentially with more information for Claude Code, because basically the more information I give it from the start, the better it's going to be. And also, like, I have a prompt for the style designs that I want, so all the apps kind of have the same style. So far they're pretty close, but yeah, they're getting better and closer as I go. I'm seeing major improvements every day with the apps I'm building, major improvements every day with the understanding I have. I've only been in this game for like a month now. I didn't know anything about coding about a month ago. Just started learning. Just started this challenge after building like one app on my own. And yeah, trying to show you guys that anybody can do this. It's all about abundance mindset. It's all about learning quick. It's all about going with the flow. Like, yesterday I ran into some big problems and starting to get a little bit frustrated. So I was like, okay, the app's pretty much done. Like, I did it. I just need to take a break. Ended that for the night. Before I started this stream today, I went back to the problems, refreshed, new mindset, and took a minute to figure out what the problems were, made the changes, got it going. And yeah, so I'm feeling pretty good about it. Feeling good that every day this is going to go better and quicker, and I'm getting the system down even more. So okay, here we go with understanding. From what I understand, it is better to start a project with certain files that have information for Claude Code so that it knows everything it needs to know. Could you explain to me, when an experienced developer starts a project, what information and files they usually create before they get started? Context is currency. If I give Claude Code a blank folder, it has to guess. If I give it a blueprint, it acts like a senior architect. Experienced developers often use a context-first approach. They create specific documentation files that act as the source of truth for the AI. Here are the essential files and information an experienced developer sets up before writing a single line of actual logic. So first is going to be the readme.md. This is the most important file. Instead of just a title, a pro-level readme for an AI project includes the vision, a beginner-friendly investment app to prevent revenge trading. I know what that is, but that's not why I'm making it. So I got to make sure I correct that, because beginners are not going to be revenge. Well, if beginners are revenge trading, then I can't really help them. They probably shouldn't be trading in the first place. But anyways, revenge trading is like if you make a bad trade and you lose money or whatever, and then you're like, oh man, I gotta make it back. Like if someone's in a casino and they like lose a lot of money, and then they're like, well, if I just double down, then I can at least break even. It's like, that's kind of what they're saying, and that's definitely like not for beginners. Beginners should not be doing, anybody should not be doing that, but especially beginners. So who is this for? People who don't know what a wick is. Yeah, exactly. Like people who don't know how to read candlesticks. The core features: a bulleted list of exactly what the MVP does. The next file I want to make is the architecture. So before Claude starts coding, it needs to know the rules of the house. This file defines the tech stack, state management, how will the data flow. For example, will it be like a single ticker input, updates 3 separate chart components? Yeah, that's something I need to, so that's like the main thing. Am I going to have it just look at like the current candlestick that it's on? Or do I have it look at like the series of candlesticks that are around it to identify patterns as well? So I think I should just have it look at the candlestick that it's on, have Claude build that, and then once that's working, see if Claude can make an update to also show like the pattern that it might be in. And I want to include the data strategy, like which API am I using and how does it handle loading and error states. So for the prompt guidelines or Claude rules, This folder is prompt_guidelines.md. Many power users now include a hidden or specific file that tells Claude how to behave throughout the project, like for the style, the tone, keep the logic behind the financial math I'm writing. The data model.md, the skeleton. Since I'm dealing with stock data, Claude needs to know what the data looks like. For example, in a JSON file, give it a snippet of what the Alpha Vantage or Yahoo Finance API returns. The calculations define how I want it to calculate things. So the pro setup flow. Here's the order they recommend. To initialize the repo, create a document folder, put the architecture MD and features MD in there. So create the files first, then create the folder for the actual app. Or create the MD folders first, create the actual app folder, then put the MD folders in the folder I created, then open Claude Code and tell it that it placed the project requirements and architecture in the folder. First read them, then suggest a file structure for an app that follows these rules. So I think this is going to give me a lot better app than I have in the past, because it'll have more instructions, and hopefully there will be less problems that I would run into. So then I would just let Claude generate the folder structure. So also this help prevents AI hallucination. Claude can start building a feature that I didn't ask for. So I can tell you guys, like, check this out. I'm giving AI the brain of the app before I ask it to build the body. Cause I know with that the last project I made, Claude was running overtime. Like, it was doing a lot of things over and over again, because I feel like now afterwards I understand it's because I didn't give it enough contextual information to start, which makes a lot more sense now. So now I'm understanding, getting better every day, getting more advanced every day. And wondering, so I was basically, Gemini's asking me, do I want to have it make these files? And I feel like I should make them on Claude, but I was getting frustrated talking to Claude because it was like stuttering, and it just kept repeating like the last few questions I asked it with each new question. And I would be like, why do you keep repeating yourself, Claude? And it was like, oh, sorry, I'm doing that, I'll stop. And then it would just keep doing it. And I think I'm just gonna open a new Claude window, and yeah, I hope it works. Because if it starts doing that repeating thing again, I'm just gonna switch back to Gemini for this part. So yeah, I'm gonna give Claude basically like a context of what I just told you guys, and what I wanted to do with these files, and have it ask me questions that I can answer for it to create the files. So here we go with the Claude. Also too, I ended up upgrading my Claude plan yesterday. I didn't even go through like the whole plan, but I ended up going over I guess with Claude there's like a 5-hour like limit that you have, that's already like layered onto, like, you have a monthly limit, but then also you can only use a certain amount in the 5-hour. And I went through that 5-hour, and it stopped like kind of mid prompt that it was working on in Claude Code, and that caused a lot of problems. I had to figure out like first why it stopped, then I figured out why it stopped because I ran out of that 5-hour thing. Then when it stopped in the middle, it didn't finish what it was working on, so I had to like go back and be like, where did you get stuck, what did you still need to do? And then that ended up causing problems later when I was like trying to push it to GitHub to make it live on the internet. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to need to do this anyway. I might as well do it now. But I would recommend, like, if you're just getting started like me, you don't need to do that. Just get the $20 plan. And you're not going to be, like, probably building an app, like, every day for 5 hours like I'm doing. I was actually even going to take a break today. I was like, man, I'll take a break after yesterday. But then, like, I was like, no, man, I'm really hyped on this. Like, I really, like, just want to keep going. Like, I want to do this. So, yeah, here I am. So, I started a new chat.
Hey, Nate. How's it going?
Hey, Claude, it's going all right. I'm going to make a new app today with Claude Code. And for this app, I want it to be for beginner investors. And I want it to be to read candlestick chart and translate what the candlestick is saying. I want it to have 3 different time frames. I want it to read the current candlestick for the 4 hour, the daily, and the monthly. I want it to explain what that candlestick means in regards to either buying or selling a stock. I'm not sure if I want to add another feature later that will look at the candlesticks around it to identify patterns. So the first thing that I want you to do is to create the readme.md file, the architecture.md file, the prompt guidelines.md file, and the data model.md file. Start by asking me the questions that you need to get information from me to know what to put into these files.
Hey, Nate. Doing well. Thanks for asking. Right. So you're building an educational app for beginner investors to understand candlestick charts. That's a solid idea. I appreciate the detailed brief, but I should mention straight up, I can't actually create code files or structured markdown documents since I'm speaking to you. That's something you'd need to handle on the text-based interface, where you can get proper formatted outputs. But I'm absolutely happy to ask you the clarifying questions I'd need, and then you can take those answers to the text interface to generate those files. Sound good? So let me start. When you say this is for beginner investors, are you thinking this is a web app, mobile app, or does it matter? And are you planning to pull real-time stock data, or would users input candlestick data manually?
This is going to be a web app. I do not know if I will make it a mobile app in the future. So what I'm planning to do is to pull real-time stock data. I do not want the users to input the candlestick data manually.
Right. This sounds like a brilliant project, Nate. I can definitely help you get these documentation files started, but I should mention straight away that I can't actually create code files or structured markdown documents since I'm speaking to you. You'll want to use the text-based interface for that bit. That said, let me ask you some key questions so you've got all the information sorted before you build these out. First off, which data provider are you thinking of using for the real-time stock data? Something like Alpha Vantage, iXCloud, or are you still deciding? And for the candlestick analysis itself, do you want the app to give users investment advice, or just explain what the candlestick pattern means in neutral terms? That's important for legal and ethical reasons, obviously.
I have been using Alpha Vantage, but I would take suggestions from you if you think that there is a better alternative. For the candlestick analysis itself, the main thing I want to do is explain what the candlestick patterns mean in neutral terms. I am giving beginners advice on what the candlestick patterns mean. And I don't want to, violate any legal or ethical issues, so let me know right now what I need to avoid to not get in trouble.
Right. Brilliant project, Nate. Before I dive into the questions, let me address the compliance bit first, since that's important. For candlestick analysis advice, you'll want to avoid anything that sounds like personal financial advice or a recommendation to buy or sell specific stocks. Frame everything as educational and neutral, like, this pattern historically shows X, not, you should buy this stock now. Always include disclaimers that past performance doesn't guarantee future results, and make clear you're not a licensed financial advisor. Avoid making it sound like you're predicting future movements with certainty. Keep the language descriptive rather than prescriptive. Now, here are the questions I need answered to build your documentation properly. First, who's your target user? Are we talking complete beginners who don't know what a wick is, or do they have some basic market knowledge? Second, for the 3 timeframes you mentioned, how will users select which stock or asset they want to analyze? Will they search by ticker symbol? Third, regarding that potential pattern recognition feature, do you have specific patterns in mind you'd want to identify, like head and shoulders or double tops? Or are you still deciding? And finally, what's your tech stack looking like? Is this React, Vue, something else?
Okay, before I go any further, yeah, I just noticed there's a comment, and I'm not really sure what this person is talking about. They're saying, hey, so yeah, looks like they're trying to give me some advice, and they're saying that they have to tell me that I have like 13,000 subs, but my views are low. So in that case, it might be the case that YouTube is cutting me off because it seems suspicious for the algorithm. I have no idea what you're talking about, so yeah, just letting you know. I have no idea, so if you could be more specific, that would be helpful. And thank you for your comments. I always appreciate any comments and suggestions. It's a lot of motivation, so stay in tune with the station, and back to it. Okay, so Claude is saying, basically, like, don't give people a recommendation when it's time to buy or sell anything. Like, just give them the advice. The SEC can be strict on like stuff like that, probably especially for beginners. And I'm not trying to like tell people to buy or sell anything specifically. All these tools here are just to like give people more information on, like, you know, a better understanding of how to read financial information, and give you a more likely mentality of what's going to happen. So the new questions. For my target user, I'm talking about complete beginners who don't know what a wick or a candlestick is. For the 3 time frames, the users will select which stock or asset they want to analyze by searching the ticker symbol. And regarding the potential pattern recognition feature, do I have specific patterns in mind I'd want to identify, like head and shoulders or double tops, or am I still deciding? I'm still deciding on that one. I don't want to include that right now. I want to complete the app without that, and then try to add that in on top of what it already created. And finally, the tech stack.
Right. Brilliant. This is a solid project. I can definitely help you get the documentation sorted. Let me ask you some clarifying questions so I can create those files properly. First, on the legal and ethical side, you're smart to think about this. The key thing is to avoid giving personalized investment advice or making specific buy or sell recommendations tied to individual users. You're safe explaining what candlesticks mean in general terms, but steer clear of "you should buy this" or "this signals you should sell." Stick to neutral education like a bullish candlestick shows buying pressure, and let users draw their own conclusions. Also, include a disclaimer that this is educational, not financial advice. Now, for the documentation files, I need to know 1. What's your tech stack? Are you using React, Vue, something else for the front end? And what back-end language? 2. For the candlestick explanations, do you want to generate these explanations dynamically through prompts to Claude's API? Or would you prefer a rules-based system with predefined explanations for different candlestick types? 3. Regarding Alpha Vantage, are you happy with its rate limits and data quality? Or would you like suggestions? That'll affect the architecture. And 4. What's your timeline looking like? Are you building this solo or with a team?
Okay, so somebody in the comments is asking why they're looking at a blank cursor screen with no project. And that's because I'm planning the project right now. I'm on Claude and I'm planning what the project is going to do and going to have it like create some of the files hopefully for this project. So yeah, I mean it looks like I'm almost done with that. Almost time for it to tell it to create the files. And then I'll put the folder into the project and then I'll start giving it prompts and having it get started. So yeah, just basically this is the planning phase. I've got like behind me, let's see, I got like the blueprint, so like I'll start filling it in. The main thing is the problem, like what pain point or problem am I trying to solve, and that's that beginner investors usually do not understand how to read candlesticks or a candlestick chart. Or how to use it. So right now, I'm building the vibe. I've got one prompt that basically says like the style that I want to do, so it matches the style of the other apps that I made. And looks like Claude Code Claude LLM did not write down what it just said.
Makes sense. Build the core first, then layer on the pattern recognition later. Smart approach. So I've got most of what I need now. Just a couple more quick ones. What's your tech stack? Are you using React on the front end, and what back-end language are you thinking? And second, for generating those candlestick explanations, do you want to use Claude's API to dynamically generate explanations based on the candlestick data? Or would you prefer a rules-based system with predefined explanations for different candlestick types? Once I've got those answers, you'll have everything you need to take to the text-based interface and generate those 4 documentation files properly.
So yeah, Claude is talking to me. Hopefully you guys can hear it. I'm not really sure. Claude, you did not write down what you were saying, so it makes it difficult for me to answer your questions. Basically, could you write down the questions that you want me to answer?
You're absolutely right, Nate. My apologies for that. Let me redirect you to the text-based interface, where I can actually write out all the questions in a clear list format that you can reference whilst answering them. That'll be much easier for you to work with. Once you've got those answers written down, you'll be in a brilliant position to use the text interface to generate those 4 documentation files: the README, architecture, prompt guidelines, and data model files. Does that work for you?
Yes, it does. Please write them down.
You're absolutely right. Apologies for that. I should clarify though, I'm the voice agent here, so I can only speak to you. For written questions you can reference and answer at your own pace. You'll want to switch over to the text-based interface. They can give you a proper list you can work through. That said, I've got most of what I need from what you've just told me. Complete beginners, tick a symbol search, and you're holding off on pattern recognition for now. All clear. One last thing I need. What's your tech stack? Are you building this with React, Vue, or something else on the front end?
Alright, so Claude is being weird. I'm just going to type and tell it like, hey, whatever tech stack you think is going to be best, I'll take your recommendation, and go ahead and write down the questions. I'm going to go in a Word document, and I'm going to dictate the answers to their questions and then copy and paste that, because when I'm talking to Claude, it seems like it glitches up a lot, and it's starting to do that thing again where it just keeps like repeating the same thing from the last question. Oh, okay, so all right, yeah, and yeah, anybody have any suggestions, of course, on this app? You know, anything that they don't understand, like when I'm talking about like what features I want in this app and how I want it to work. If anything doesn't make sense to you about what I'm saying, and you're a beginner, like you don't understand candlesticks or something else that you would like to understand, just let me know in the chat, and then I can try to incorporate that into the app as well. So I just got a suggestion. Just use Whisper Flow and do voice to text to Claude Code. I'm not sure what you're doing, but it seems like more work than it's worth. Yeah, thank you for that. So I don't even know what Whisper Flow is. I'm a beginner to this. I'm just learning, and I'm about to look that up right now. What is Whisper Flow for Claude Code, and how does it help me to make this process faster? Yeah, massive respect to everybody in the comments, showing me love and showing me appreciation and give me advice every time I come on. You're making this go quicker every time. The goal here is to help people at a beginner level like me, and show them how to really get started and get going on this. Show them that like anybody can do this. I'm a complete beginner, and when I first got started, everybody else I've seen that's explaining vibe coding basically seems like they already have like many years of experience with coding. So when they're explaining stuff, I feel like they're explaining it from like an expert level, and most of it I don't really understand. So I was like, yeah, I really wish there was like a channel that explained this stuff from like a beginner's perspective. And I was like, well, I'm learning this right now, like I should just do this too. So yeah, So yeah, WhisperFlow is a speech to text tool, and like I'm just trying to understand how it's different than using the speech to text with the Claude LLM or like the Gemini like I've been using. So it helps so I don't have to type, I just speak, and then have cursor clicked it, it will paste the text. Okay, so it sounds like that's like a speech to text tool that I'm speaking directly into cursor. Okay, instead of into Claude. I see. That's good to know. Take a note for that. So yeah, saying like what I'm reading is WhisperFlow has more of a context to understand, like um, developer words, jargon. Um, let's see, this would be good for a stream. Okay, yeah, and it like takes the step of me copying and pasting from Claude LLM to Claude Code. Uh, yeah, I think I'm gonna set that up for the next stream. I really appreciate it. So yeah, for this one, I'm just gonna answer these questions on a Word document and copy and paste it into Claude so that it can write the files. Cool. And then tomorrow I will set up the WhisperFlow. That's how it goes. So, dictate. I am open to suggestions for the front end. If you recommend React, then I will use React. For the backend language, I have mostly been using Python, but I would take your suggestion on what you think would work best for this. For the candlestick explanations, I'm thinking maybe a combination. So I'm not really sure what Claude's API is. Like I think that just means like the API I've been using before. I've been using APIs from, let's see, from financial, I think it was like Alpha something that I usually have been using, and sometimes they implement stuff from Yahoo Finance. But yeah, whatever the best API you think would be for this. And for a rules-based system with predefined explanations for different candlestick types, basically what I want to do is have it so it explains what the current candlestick is for that time frame, and basically information regarding, you know, what that candlestick means has been going on during that time frame, and what usually is most likely to be a continuation from that. So as far as alpha advantages, rate limits, and data quality, I have not had any issues so far. I've been using Alpha Vantage and tracking it with Google Analytics, and I've been seeing that only a few people have been using the app so far, so none of them have had any issues. So I think what I'll do is just upgrade to a paid plan when it's necessary, and I will be building this solo. My timeline for getting the MVP launched, I would like to do that right now. Also, I have pasted a guideline for the style for this app. Here it is. So yeah, Claude's telling me that based on my guidelines that it recommends something different. So I think in the future I'm going to change my guidelines just to say to go with whatever Claude recommends. And yeah, they're saying use Alpha Vantage. And the difference, this is what I didn't understand. Okay, Claude API versus Alpha Vantage. Alpha Vantage gets stock data. Claude API generates text explanations. I could use Claude API to generate those bar friend explanations dynamically, but for the MVP, hard-coded explanations will be faster and cheaper. Yeah, that sounds good. Alright, cool. So now Claude is writing out the files, and change the sitting down. So yeah, Claude told me it just had a problem and that I need to go to the text interface, which I thought I was on. Saying that there should be like a toggle. All I see is for legacy model. Know what? I think I'm gonna if it's having this problem, I'm just to keep it flowing, I'm just gonna skip the folders for this project, and then I'll try it for the next one. I'm not sure why it's like giving me this problem. I'm having a lot of problems when I'm using the voice on Claude, so now at least that helps a lot to get that suggestion for the whisper flow. All right, so here we go. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna be like, hey Claude, don't worry about the folders. Hey Claude, I'm not figuring out how to change back to text. I typed in all that information by text, so I thought I was in text, but don't worry about it. For this project, I'm going to skip that file part. I'm going to create a file or a folder for this project, and then I will just have you create the prompts that I give to Claude Code. So what is the first prompt that I need to give it? Is that just to create all the files for the folder?
Right, got it. No worries at all, mate. Yeah, so your first prompt to Claude Code should be to scaffold out your entire project structure with all the folders and initial files you'll need. So something like, ask it to create a Next.js project with TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, and your folder structure, including services for API calls, components for the UI, and utility folders. Include your design system configuration based on that style guide you gave me. The dark theme, the traffic light palette, all of that. That'll give you a solid foundation to build on. Once that's done, your next prompts can focus on building out specific features like the search component, the candlestick display, and the analysis logic. Does that feel like the right starting point?
Yes, it does. Give me the first prompt now.
Right, brilliant. Let's get straight to it.
Okay, so I'm going to create the folder. I'm going to make the name for the folder. Anybody have any suggestions for the name for this? Go ahead and put it in the comments. So basically for a business, I'm looking at this from like a business name standpoint. The main thing I would want to do first with any type of business is to get the .com, the giga.com, and I'm not going to do that for these. Basically, like I can always change the name if one of them takes off later and go back and find something. But the main thing I want to do is I want to create a name that like instantly conveys to my target audience, which is going to be beginner investors, what this tool does. So what this tool does is it explains candlesticks, and this is for beginner investors. So I would want the name to be something like beginner candlesticks, and I'm gonna go to what you call it, Gemini. Hey Gemini, give me 20 suggestions for names for this app. I want the name to clearly convey what the app does. The app provides information for beginner investors on how candlesticks work. Triple view invest, nope. Zoom out finance, nope. Should say like candle in the name. Okay, number 5, clear candle. That one's cool. Candle coach, I like that one. Wickwise, maybe. Entry edge, candle guide. Yeah, so I either say like candle guide, candle coach. I like candle coach. Yeah, I like Candle Coach a lot. I'm gonna go with Candle Coach. It's like Coca-Cola, like it's catchy like that. It's a good name, Candle Coach. Alright, so write that down. I'm gonna create a new folder on my desktop. Call it Candle Coach. You can just drag that folder into cursor. Now the cursor's opened up. Now I gotta open the terminal and start up Claude Code. I just type Claude and make sure you guys can see this on the screen. Alright, cool. Now I'm giving Claude the prompt to create the all the different files in the folder that I just created. And it's starting. Alright. Did the planning, ran into an issue, didn't let it stop me. Learn from the process. So I think like after this stream, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna try to figure out like why, you know, what was going on with Claude Code that I couldn't like switch back to text like I thought I did, that it couldn't create those files for me. And then I'm gonna also figure out how to use that whisper flow. And yeah, I'm just keep improving every day. Got my new desktop. That's going to make the stream quality a lot better. And I can then set up Discord and run Discord while I'm streaming. Do things like maybe play some music while I'm streaming. And I'm going to set that up after this. So I should have that ready for the next stream. And yeah, it's just going to keep getting better every day. Yeah, a lot of good things coming. It's all abundance. Hope everybody here can use the same blueprint I'm doing and make at least $1 million. I mean, trillions of dollars moving in the markets and in and out of the markets every day. Not only if you can't make, like, hopefully, I mean, you know, stick with investing for like, you know, 10, 20 years. If you got that much time, like, you should be able to like make $1 million if you're consistent with it. And get into vibe coding. I mean, the vibe coding, there's so many options. Main thing I would say with investing is like, don't rush it. Like, you know, you're not going to know, like, especially if you're a beginner, it's going to take you time before you make your first moves, before you buy your first investments, before you realize if it actually worked or not. Yeah, one of the main things for investing is mindset. I don't know, but that's probably a good idea for an app. Like, I should make a app that kind of like deals with the main pain points that people have in regards to like mindset, because that's something that like really, you know, technical analysis like can't help you with, is like having fear and greed based on like something that's going on in the market. So yeah, I don't know, that'd be a lot of brainstorming how to do something like that, but I think that would be very helpful for beginners. So basically, like, if you're getting into investing, I mean, even on this site, like I was telling you guys, like, I think it was like 3 or 4 days ago, like, hey, you know, Coinbase looks good right now. Like, I was buying Coinbase. I was telling you guys how I put in that 97x leverage trade on Bitcoin just to like try it. for like $10, and like that one's up like 600% right now. Um, I had never put in more than a 10x leverage trade before that. I just did it with like $10, like whatever, set the stop limit, so I just lose $10 if it goes down. But pretty much caught it at the bottom right before this big move, and I was telling you guys exactly when to do that. So I'm also like giving you guys some like good investment advice, but like it was saying too, I got to be careful because like I'm not trying to tell you guys like you should definitely buy this or like sell this or anything like that. I'm just telling you what I'm buying. In which, like I was telling you, I just bought Coinbase. I think it was like maybe last Thursday, and then like I bought it at Thursday at like $140, I think, a share, and then Friday it went up like $23 or something like that. So yeah, I'll let you guys know what I'm buying too. Definitely seeing more opportunity right now in crypto for investing than I'm seeing in the stock market. I think a lot of these stocks are, if not at the top, very close to the top. Like people like Warren Buffett, some of the most like well-respected investors in the stock market. These guys have sold a lot of their stocks and they're sitting on a lot of cash right now. And usually when people do that, it's because they think that prices are going to go down, so they're holding cash to buy more later. All right. So I thought it just did the folders, but it sounds like what it's telling me is like it already did everything for the site. No way. Let me check it out. I'm just gonna copy and paste what it said. Everything is in its place. Here's a summary of what's set up. Install dependencies to run. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna copy and paste this into Claude Code just to make sure that I understand what it's telling me. Alright, so much better when Claude types and doesn't talk. When I first started it up, Claude was like, "How are you doing today?" And I was like, "I'm good." And then I started talking, and then when it came back with the next with its answer, it's like, "Thank you for asking me how I was doing." And I was like, "I didn't ask you how you were doing because you're not a person." Like, what are you talking about, man? Claude is weird to me, man. I do not like talking with Claude. I can't wait to try out this whisper flow or whatever that whisper thing is. Anyways, got the structure in place. Here's the next prompt. Okay, I'm going to show you the files. I think it's Control P. No, that's not that. What do I type in to be able to see the list of files on the sidebar and cursor? Oh yeah, Control B. There we go. Okay. Oh, just thanks for the advice. Just run npm run dev. Cool. So after this, it looks like Claude's telling me I should implement the API integration for Alpha Vantage. And it's going to make a function that takes a ticker symbol and time frame, the daily, the weekly, and the monthly, and returns candlestick data. Yeah, I was thinking about doing like 4 hour, but I think, yeah, daily's better for investors because, especially the stock, yeah, if it were crypto, then 4 hour, but if it's stock market, then daily. That makes better sense. Okay. Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, basically I'm creating the new app for today. I just got done with the planning process and just started having Claude Code write the files. So basically this app is going to be for, whoa, I don't know why this just had an extra cursor window pop up that I didn't need. Must have clicked the wrong screen. So yeah, basically this app is for beginner investors to help them understand candlestick chart. Whoa. What is going on right now? Okay, so yeah, it just popped up in a window, this volatility forecast from the last app I did. Super weird. I don't know what just happened, but anyway. Yeah, I made an app yesterday called the volatility forecast. But today I'm making the app for candlestick. Candlesticks are a way to read a chart for like investors for any like stock, crypto, whatever. Usually most people see like a line chart, but candlesticks are more detailed and it gives you more information than a line chart does. And candlesticks, like there's certain patterns, there's certain things, but candlesticks can like give you a better idea. That's usually the main thing I read. Like I used to look at all the technical indicators, the things I'm building tools for beginners that will help them so they don't have to learn these things because they can be very complicated. But I don't even need the tools anymore myself because I've used them so much. I can just look at the candlestick chart and it pretty much tells me everything I need to know. The only thing I really look at every once in a while is kind of like the moving averages, and I should build an app for that one later. But yeah, I'm building this app for beginner investors, help them get money, help them learn investing, and I'm going to be building app a day for 30 days is the first phase. I'm going to be tracking the apps. I'm going to be giving you guys the apps. They're all going to be free, and if you check the description for the video, you can see the links for the apps I already created. Go ahead, try them out for yourself. Feel free to leave me any kind of questions or comments, suggestions that you have about these apps so I can make it better. And yeah, phase 1, 30 apps. Gonna make these 30 apps. Gonna see after that basically like if the apps are being used, what apps are being used. Hopefully I have some feedback. Make those apps better. And then I'm thinking, I don't even know what I'm going to do next for the next phase, but my main thought right now is making like a kind of like a platform that has all these apps connected together. So like beginners can just go to like one place, and it's kind of like education, like a university or something like that. That beginners can go, and it's like bridging the gap from like, you know, like the Robinhood apps that you can just like, they just show you the price of something, and then the really technical like trading view trading platforms that give you all the technical analysis tools that you have to like, you know, learn these different tools and learn how to read a chart. So basically, this is kind of like a bridge to that. So like beginners can come and easily learn how these things work, and then what I'm hoping is like just by using these and using these apps that I make, they'll get an idea of how all this stuff works super easy. And then once they understand it, if they want to, they can just go and check out the technical tools, and then they won't have to learn them. Like they'll already know how it works. They'll already know it. But I mean, really, like if these apps work the way I plan them to, they shouldn't even really need to go and check out and read the technical tools. And I'm trying to, like, I want to, one of the tools I made also had, my favorite tool that I made so far had back testing, and it was for, I believe, the, man, what tool was that? It was for the, I think it was for the Bollinger Bands. And it was saying, like, it showed back testing, and it showed, like, the probability of, like, what the stock is going to do over the next, like, different number of time frames based on when it was in that phase of the Bollinger Band in the past. And yeah, I really like that aspect. So I want to definitely implement more of this backtesting, because that's something like that usually manually would take forever for investors and traders to go back and look over a chart and try to get an idea of like what happened in the past under similar circumstances of what is going on right now. But now AI, I could just like program it to do that automatically and have it in this app. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna put in the next prompt. Could I please click arrow in the right so you can watch in full screen? Are you talking about for the cursor? Let me see here. I think that's what you mean. If that's what you're talking about, I think I just did it. But yeah, cool. Alright, so looking at the next prompt is going to be to implement the API for the financial information. And Claude Code is telling me to, like, you know, the page is ready, take a screenshot of the page, and like it'll give me some like suggestions. And I remember I did that before, and I was trying to do that, but I got stuck because I couldn't find a way to essentially paste the image into Claude Code. I could paste it into like the Claude LLM or any like GPT or Gemini, and they could help with that. But Claude wasn't able to, like, I wasn't able to figure out how to paste the image into Claude. But also too, that's not that important to me right now. So it's asking me if I want to overwrite stuff. So maybe it already did this, and like, I don't know. Let's see. I'm just trying to read. Okay, now I'll create the API route handlers so the browser can call these server-side functions safely, keeping the API hidden. So I think I just need to go and like get the API now and then cover up the screen and put it in the correct file. And yeah, so what I was saying is basically I'm not too concerned right now with the style of the app. It's mainly like, does it solve the problem? Does it solve the pain point? Is this something people want to use? And I'll be tracking it. If people use it, if people get value out of it, then I would go back later and improve basically the style, how it looks, stuff like that. But for right now, why spend time making something look good if no one's even going to use it? And I won't know if anybody uses it until, who knows, like at least a couple days to a month, I'm guessing. So yeah, again, if you want to use any of these apps so far, the links are in the description. Okay. So now the file should be here. Copy the local example to .env local. So I see the file already for env local example, and I think like it has to make the env local file so I can put the API keys in. So yeah, Claude's saying that, basically what it's telling me is what I just said, and that once that's done, I add the API key. So I'll go to Alpha Vantage. Get my API key, super easy. Get free API key. I have a question too for, let's see. Gemini, but it's not. There we go. Okay, Gemini. Oh, basically, I'm wondering about the API key from Alpha Vantage. Can I just use the same API key I used for the last app, or do I need to get a new API key for each new app? I'm trying to decide if I should just pay for a paid plan for the API key. How much does it cost with Alpha Vantage? And then I can just use the same API key for all my apps. Would that run into problems if, say, like 1,000 people used it in the same day? Okay, so here's the cost. It's based on requests per minutes. All paid plans have unlimited daily requests. But then it's telling me like different prices, like $50 a month or 75 requests per minute. so that, oh, that's only like per minute, but it's unlimited daily. Okay, I guess that's not unlimited then, because if I have 1,000 people use the app in one day, one API key will likely fail, even on a paid plan. Here's why. The app would show 3 different time frames. That means one user search would be 3 API calls. 1,000 users each search, that's 3,000 API calls. Even the $50 plan per month only allows 75 calls per minute. If just 25 people use your app at the same time, I'll hit that in seconds, and the app will stop working until the next minute starts. So yeah, never let anyone see your API keys. They can steal your key and use it for their own projects. Instead of paying 50 right away, most experienced developers build a tiny backend. The app asks your server for data, and your server uses the API key. The server saves the data for, like, example, Apple. And if 100 people ask for Apple in the same hour, the server only calls Alpha Vantage once. I hear you. That I just really doubt that everyone's going to be searching for the same stock, so that might not help with this. But it's something to consider to build a backend like that. Yeah, I'm just going to keep free for now, and then if it gets too much and it gets shut down, too many people use it, then I'll just switch to the paid one, I guess. I mean, that's what I'd be doing anyway. Alright, cool. Got it. New API key. Okay, so going back to Claude and telling it, hey Claude, I see that there is already a env.local.example file, but I do not see the .env local file. Do I need to manually create that? Because in the past, it was just automatically created by Claude Code.
Right. So that's just how it works sometimes, depending on the setup. You'll need to manually create it yourself this time, Nate. Just copy the contents from the .env.local.example file. Create a new file called .env.local in your project root. Paste those contents in, and then add your Alpha Vantage API key where it says to. Once you've done that, you should be good to pull live data. Let me know once that's sorted, and we can move on to the next prompt for Claude Code.
Okay, how do I create the new .env.local file?
Right. So you need to create the .env.local file manually this time. It's straightforward. Just create a new file in your project root directory and name it .env.local. Then copy the contents from .env.local.example into it, and paste your Alpha Vantage API key where it says to. You can create it however you like. In your code editor, just right-click the root folder and select New File. Then type the file name, or if you're comfortable with the terminal, you can use a command like cp.env.local.example.env.local to copy it automatically. Once you've got that set up with your API key, you're ready to test the live data connection.
Okay, so I just got to copy the contents. I don't understand why they make an example when they could just skip that. It seems to me they could just skip that and make the actual .env file. Why did they do that?
Right, good question, Nate. So you'll just need to manually copy the .env.local.example file and rename it to .env local. Then paste your API key into it. You can do that in your code editor or terminal, whichever's easier for you. As for why they use the example file instead of the actual one, it's actually a security best practice. The .env local file contains your secret API keys, so it shouldn't be committed to version control or shared. By using .env local.example, developers can see what environment variables are needed without accidentally exposing real secrets. It's a safety pattern to protect your API key from being uploaded to GitHub or shared publicly. Once you've got that env.local file created with your key, you're ready to test the API integration. Ready for the next prompt?
Yeah, so good thing good thing I had the free keys, because it just showed, like, I think I just showed like some of the old API keys I used that were free. Um, yeah, good thing I didn't pay for it yet, because then it would be showing like my paid API key on there, because I didn't realize when I copied the information from the local file, or I mean the example, and I copied it over to the actual local file that I want to type it in, to paste the new key into, that it like it looked like it showed like an old key. So that's not good. Now it's all right since I'm what do you call it, on the free plan, but yeah, I just got to make sure that I don't make that mistake again. Then I gotta save it. Okay. Yeah, back to it. All right. Cool. Person, thanks for looking out, man. Good looking out. I know I should never reveal the files, and that was a reveal, and definitely didn't even try to do that, because it got me there. It just automatically pasted my old API key, and thankfully it was free. Anyway. All right, thank you, Claude. Now I'm ready for the next prompt.
Yeah, fair point, Nate. They do it that way because env local contains sensitive information like your API keys, and you don't want to accidentally commit that to version control and expose your credentials publicly. The trace of env.local.example file shows what variables you need without the actual secrets, so it's safe to share in your repository. It's a security thing, really. Right then, here's your next prompt for Claude Code. Build the search functionality and candlestick chart display. Create a search component that lets users type a stock ticker symbol and autocomplete suggestions appear using the search symbol function. Once they select a stock, display candlestick charts for 3 time frames: 4-hour, daily, and monthly. Use recharts to visualize the candlestick data. Each chart should show the current candlestick highlighted. Include loading states and error handling for API failures. That'll get your core UI and data visualization working. Sound good?
Sounds good to me. As far as I can see, to get me where I want to be. Like birds in the tree, flying high. Blue sky day. So what I'm trying to say is feeling okay, getting the words out right, getting the code out good, so I know I could build something that helps people, creates value for you and me. So as far as I can see, you gotta be abundantly thinking about manifesting what I want to make next, what I want to bring to the world. You know how it goes. Seeing what I don't want is a good thing. Going through problems is a good thing because then it kind of like steers me in the right direction to go where I want to go. So, just thankful for everything, good and bad. Giving thanks, trying to be thankful because every obstacle is just another learning experience. Every time it seems like I'm being fought down on something is just going to make me stronger. 7 times rise, 7 times fall, and I just keep doing what I'm doing. Can't be afraid to fall down in life. It's going to happen. The more you try to avoid falling down, the less you're going to learn, the less you're going to flow, the less you're going to know the right way to go in the future. So, yeah, just got to do what I got to do and stay true to the game. Yeah, keep on going, keep on flowing. Sometimes I'm not knowing the path, but the next step's always going to be the math that I need to figure out to get there. So, yeah, it's like I have the right vibration of abundance, manifestation, and be in tune to the right station, and be more careful about the vibes around me from other people. Make sure I keep myself around positive people, because at the end of the day, it's like whoever has the strongest belief system, whoever has the strongest vibes in a space is gonna really control kind of everything. So, bring people together that are all positive, being around people in the right mindset, positive mindset of manifestation with positivity, and everything will be good, everything will be right, and I don't have to fight, don't have to fuss. In life, things don't always go right, get wrong sometimes, but it's gonna happen. It's not worth my time to go out and dwell on that. Just keep on moving forward. A lot of elements trying to keep people confused and focused on the negative, trying to fight against the darkness. I'm talking about just staying in the light, because darkness is always going to be there, but once you shine some light on it, it can't exist. So if you just shine a light, then you're good. But darkness comes around, they're going to try to make everything else dark. And just giving thanks that I can be positive to the end, because some darkness trying to make you like one of them. So as long as you don't respond from darkness with more darkness, they can't really touch you, they can't really get you. You can't really get hurt by the darkness unless you are in the dark yourself. So if you stay in the light, darkness can't pull you into the darkness, and you spread light. That is what's right. So preaching for a second while Claude is mustering, and this is the longest that it's been working now, 4 minutes on this one thing. So yeah, it must be doing something good. And go. Yeah, I would have to say, with the way I'm going right about now, I don't see how I could possibly go over my limit. So, yeah, I mean, using like, I think I gotta be using under 50,000 tokens a day, I'm guessing. And I think I was hearing my limit is like 1 million tokens a month now. So, yeah, I mean, gotta find a way to use some more tokens, I'm thinking. I'm guessing building the site that links all these together. And then another idea I want to do is like build a content creation system essentially for marketing. So I think once I get like everything up, like all the tools in the site for this, like I will create a marketing agent or employee, AI employee, whatever you want to call it, that will essentially be in the cloud. From what I understand, what I would want to do is like have Claude build it and then put it in the cloud so that it just automatically runs, automatically like does what I instruct the employee to do. And then say like every Monday it'll like, give me information on like, what people are saying they need help with. Give me information on like who these people are, how to use their language back to them, how to talk to them to get them the value that they need, and basically create content for them, know when like the best times of day to reach them, the best platforms. And yeah, I'll create a whole marketing employee, um, create a whole marketing team essentially. I mean, yeah, this is like a couple years ago, one employee wouldn't even be able to do what I could set up a AI system to do for a whole marketing system. That would be like a whole team, like a whole marketing team. I could just like set up. So I'll do that, and then wondering what the next logical step would be for like after I build the marketing system, maybe some kind of custom CRM database, like a database on like who my customers are, like stuff like that. I could probably do that with this. Um, let's see. Business functions. It's like marketing is the main thing though, because like with any business, the majority of your income is going to come from marketing, right? So like from what I understood, from when I started learning about business, is marketing is the most important part of any business, essentially because, well, making money is the most important part of a business, because if it's not making money, it'll go out of business. And what's the most important part when it comes to making money is marketing. So that's why I've been studying marketing for so long. And now that I'm like adding this skill, man, like I'll just be creating stuff so quick. And then I can just create a whole like marketing system. And then once I get that created, I should essentially be able to take that system and customize it for like other businesses. So I could do that. I could do the what do you call it? The AI now that can like interact with customers and stuff is getting really good. So I'd probably design something like that. If people come onto the site and they're having problems, they don't understand something, I could have like a bot that would like, help them understand things better. They could just ask any kind of question to. Um, so much happening so quick, so much going on that is really like, just like if someone would have told me like 3 years ago that that AI would be at this like this capable of doing what it's doing today, I would have been like, yeah, right. I would have been like, no way. And like all I can do right now is like have it like write an email or something. Okay, it looks like I got something. API error, Claude's response exceeded. What did it say? Oh yeah. Claude's response exceeded the whatever output token maximum. I do not know what this means. I'm about to ask Claude what this means. I'm going to proceed anyway, because Claude always seems to fix it either way. So basically, Claude Code tried to generate too much code at once and hit a token limit. The prompt was probably too ambitious all in one go. And here's what to do, but I think Claude automatically did that because it's working again. Basically, they're saying that I should go into one of my files and change the max output of tokens. Must be for like one process. So like I was saying, this has been running for longer than any process I've ran. This has gone on for over 10 minutes now and taken up 45.2 thousand tokens. And Claude is saying like I tried to give it too much information at once. It sounds like I should have broken this up into smaller chunks. So yeah, I'm gonna ask Claude. Claude, so what you're saying is I tried to give it too much information in one prompt. So there was a limit set on how many tokens could be used per prompt or process, and that limit was reached. So it had to go and change the limit so it could keep running. And is that... Whoa. Yeah, I pressed enter on the wrong screen. Okay.
Exactly right, Nate. You've got it. Claude Code has a token limit per response. Basically, a cap on how much text it can generate in one go. Your prompt was asking it to build quite a lot of functionality at once, so it hit that ceiling and couldn't finish. By setting that environment variable higher, you're telling it, okay, you can generate more code before stopping. Just add that line to your .env local file and try the prompt again. It should go through this time. If it still struggles, just split the prompt into smaller chunks instead, like build search.
So in the future, how will I know if I'm giving it too much information? When I start a project, is there like some kind of guideline I should be thinking of on how to break a project into chunks to give it so that it does not have this problem again? Or just by resetting the token limit, does that not even matter? It doesn't matter how much information I give it. Will that affect the quality of the overall project? Also, too, if you're just getting into this, the minimum for using Claude Code is the $20 a month limit, and right now you can go into Claude, and I don't remember where on the site it is, but there's a promotion where it was like $50 extra for free. So basically, like, it showed up when I tried typing like a prompt into Claude when I first started using it, and yeah, you can go on the website and just find where it is. Click the button, and it'll give you an extra $50 for when you if you run out of your monthly limit. It'll give you an extra $50. Clean build with 0 errors. That's what I like to see. Here's a summary of everything that was built. They added the 4-hour to the time frame. Added intraday fetching with 60-minute interval. Group 60-minute candles into 4-hour blocks. The API route now does the 4-hour time. So they just added that 4-hour time. That's crazy because like I was just talking about that like I didn't even say that to Claude. I feel like I was just talking about that on the stream about how like Claude said, okay, we're gonna do a daily, a monthly, and like a weekly. I think it said, and I was like, well, I was thinking about doing like a 4-hour too. But yeah, no big deal. I'll go with their suggestion. And it looks like it just automatically added the 4-hour in. So that's like Claude just like, like that's kind of scary because I'm like, dude, Claude just like, it didn't, like either it heard me somehow or it read my mind, it feels like. And I'm like, dude, what is going on? How did it do that? So yeah, it's saying candlestick chart, it recharts. Shows open close positions. It draws wick lines. So I'm thinking it's gonna like actually show on the it's gonna show the actual candlestick chart when you type in a ticker and explain it. So now it shows 3 time frames: 4-hour, daily, and monthly. So like each candle, like the 4-hour time frame, each candle on a chart, you can click 4 hours and each candle will represent 4 hours of time. Or you can click the daily chart and each candle will represent a day of time, 24 hours. And then you can click monthly and each candle will show a month of data. And essentially, like if you're looking at buying a chart, especially, or buying a stock, especially if you're a beginner, what you would want to do is like zoom out really big. So you want to look at like the monthly first, and you want to look at like the like longer time frame over the past couple of years of like where the stock is compared to, you know, where it's been over the past few years. And it's always like buy low, sell high, right? So you want to buy something that's low, so you can see if it's low or high pretty simply based on like its data history. And then if it's looking good, if it's looking like, okay, this looks low, then you can zoom into the daily. Look at the daily candles. That'll give you a better picture. If that looks good, zoom into the 4-hour, and then maybe like you want to buy it, but the 4-hour looks like, you know, it's really high on the 4-hour. So then maybe you just like be like, okay, well, this would probably make more sense if I wait, and then it's probably looking like it's going to go back down, or maybe it looks good low on the 4-hour, and then it's like, okay. So anyways, display limits per time frame. The 4-hour is going to be the last 30 candles, the daily is going to be the last 60 candles, and the monthly will be the last 24 candles. So it'll show 2 years of data for each stock. I think that's good enough. And then like if people use it and they request more time later, I could change it. Alright, Claude.
So here's the thing. If you just keep bumping up the token limit, you can avoid the error, but it doesn't mean you should give it massive prompts all at once. The real guideline is to think in terms of org features, not the whole app. Break it down like this: 1 prompt per major feature or component. So instead of build, search, and charts and analysis all together, do search first, then charts, then the analysis logic separately. Smaller prompts actually lead to better code quality. because Claude Code can focus deeply on one thing and get it right. Plus, if something goes wrong, you know exactly which prompt caused it. Bigger prompts tend to produce less polished results because it's trying to juggle too much at once. So my suggestion, keep the token limit reasonable, but focus on breaking your prompts into bite-sized chunks. One feature per prompt. That'll give you cleaner code and fewer headaches down the road. Does that make sense?
All right. So I think now the next step is to test locally, I'm guessing. Alright, Claude, it looks like it's done with what I've asked it to do so far. Do you think the next step is to test locally, or is there still another prompt that I should give it?
Good question, Nate. So yeah, you gave it too much in one go. As for guidelines, honestly,
It's repeating itself again, man. Yeah, that's not, I just repeated the same thing. Okay.
right?
Okay, now that this is done, do you think it is time to test locally, or is there still another prompt to give it first?
Right. I'd say test locally now, Nate. Run npm run dev and actually see if the search works, if the charts are pulling real data from Alpha Vantage, and if everything's wired together properly. That way, you'll know what's working and what still needs tweaking before you move on to the next piece. Once you've tested and confirmed it's all functioning, come back and we'll build out the candlestick analysis logic, the bit that generates those beginner-friendly explanations for what each candlestick means.
Okay. I'm thinking this is where we'll see how the site looks so far. Yeah, it is. Alright. I want to see it in the window for Claude. What is the command that I need to type into cursor so that it shows the local site on the cursor screen? Yeah, there we go. Awesome. Let's see if it worked. Alright. I feel like it should have worked right now. It's still like acting like it's loading. So I'm gonna go back to Claude Code, tell it, or Claude LLM. let it know that it's just a blank screen. So I hit npm run dev and I'm trying to run the local site, but it is just a blank screen and it says loading, but it keeps loading and it doesn't load anything.
That's frustrating. A blank loading screen usually means something's going wrong behind the scenes. Let me ask a few quick things. First, check your browser console for error messages. Right-click, Inspect. Go to the Console tab. Are there any red error messages showing up? Second, did you add your AlphaVantage API key to the .nv.local file? If that's missing, the API calls will fail and the app won't load properly. And third, check your terminal where you ran npm run dev. Are there any error messages showing up there? Once you check those three things, let me know what you're seeing and we can troubleshoot from there.
So I'm just copying and pasting the instructions. Wait. Opening in the cursor browser. So don't show again. Yeah, that didn't change anything. Okay. So Claude's saying, looks like the dev server is running, but it's timing out when trying to open. So the good news is the server itself seems to be starting. So manually navigate to the local host in my browser. Instead of the cursor. Yeah, it's just doing the same thing, like it keeps loading. It's the same problem in my browser. It is a blank screen and it is just...
Right. So the dev server says it's running, but you're getting a blank screen. Let me ask, did you add your AlphaVantage API key to the .nv.local file yet? That's likely the culprit. Without it, the app can't fetch data and gets stuck loading. If you haven't done that yet, add your API key to .env.local, save it, and then restart the dev server. That should fix it. If you have added the key and it's still stuck, check your browser console for error messages. That'll tell us what's actually failing.
Yeah, so it's telling me to make sure that I got the right key. It looks like I do.
Right. So it's stuck on a loading screen. That's usually one of a few things. Either the API key isn't set up properly, or there's an error happening that's not showing up. First thing, double check your .nv.local file. Make sure you've actually pasted your AlphaVantage API key in there and saved it. Then restart the dev server completely. Stop it and run npm run dev again. If that doesn't work, open your browser's developer console, usually F12 or right-click and inspect. Go to the console tab and see if there are any error messages. That'll tell us what's actually going wrong.
Okay. Yeah, definitely just check. The API key is in there, so it's telling me to close down the terminal, start it back up, and try npm run dev again. So I tried again, and I feel like there's the easy way maybe would be to just give a prompt to Claude Code. Okay, I just had a screen pop up with some, it's like an error message. So I'm going to copy and paste that. This is like the Windows CMD PowerShell, I think it is. And it never popped up like in a different screen like this before, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. But yeah, I just copy that. Give it to Claude. There's the problem. There's already another instance running on. Oh, weird. So I think it's saying like a previous project I already ran is running on the local server. So open the terminal and run. Once it's done doing what it's doing, it gave me a command to force close the old project. Okay. Yeah, I think what it's saying is basically like I had an old something running somewhere that I wasn't aware of. Okay, process. The old process has been terminated. And npm run dev. Yeah, I see Claude Code is getting more intuitive. Like, it's like seeing what the next step should be, and it's like writing that in the starting. Same error message. That's weird. What could it be? Yeah, so I was pulling the site up. It says it can't connect. This is a brand new problem for me. Learning something new. Okay, give me another prompt to try. Hey Claude, I've never seen a looks like a PowerShell window pop up separately from the cursor screen, and that's what told me the you know, basically what the problem was. It gave me that, what I copied and pasted and gave to you. So I've never seen that before. Can you explain why that is popping up and why that is happening? And also just simply what the problem is and what you need to do to fix it?
Right. So that window that popped up separately, that's actually Claude Code running in the background. It's executing commands on your machine to set things up and test the app. When it runs terminal commands, it shows you the output in that separate window so you can see what's happening. As for your actual problem, there's still another Next.js dev server running somewhere in the background that won't let the new one start. The log file is basically saying, hey, someone's already using this project. To fix it properly, you need to either restart your computer or manually kill all node processes. Try running this in your terminal. Task kill im node exa f. That'll force close all node processes, then run npm run dev again. That should clear everything out and let a fresh server start. Give that a go and let me know if it works this time.
Could you explain what you mean by there's still another Next.js dev server running somewhere in the background that won't let me start the new one?
Right. So what's happening is there's still a Next.js dev server running in the background from before. You can't start a new one because the first one is still holding onto the log file that says, I'm using port 3000. That PowerShell window popping up separately is just your system showing you error messages from the process. It's helpful feedback actually. It's telling you exactly what the problem is. To fix it, you need to find and stop that old Next.js process that's still running. Try this in your terminal. Run netstat ano find str 3000 to see what process is using port 3000. Then kill it with the task kill command I mentioned before. Or simpler, just restart your computer. That'll definitely kill any lingering processes that give you a clean slate to start fresh. Once that's done, run npm run dev again, and it should work properly.
Okay, I would rather avoid restarting my computer because I'm on the live stream. Also, it seems like Claude Code froze. It's not letting me type anything into Claude Code, and underneath it looks like it's just showing like the regular PowerShell terminal.
Right. So that PowerShell stop the old server that's still running in the background. Use that task kill command I gave you to force close it, then start fresh with npm run dev. As for Claude Code freezing, that's separate. If Claude Code isn't responding, try refreshing the page or restarting it. Sometimes it just needs a restart. Give the task kill command a go and let me know what happens.
So you want me to run that task kill command in the terminal, not the Claude Code terminal?
Right. Good questions, Nate. Let me break this down. The PowerShell window. That popped up because Next.js was trying to start and encountered an error. It's showing you the actual terminal output, so you can see what went wrong. In this case, the lock file error. What the problem is. When you ran npm run dev the first time, it started a Next.js server. Then when you tried to run it again, you created a second instance. But Next.js locks the .next folder, so only one instance can use it at a time. The second instance can't acquire that lock, so it fails. How to fix it? You need to kill the old process that's still running in the background. Use that task kill command I gave you. But yes, run it in that PowerShell terminal that popped up, not in Claude Code. That'll force close the old server. Then try npm run dev again, and it should start clean. Does that make sense?
Alright, yeah, I think it makes sense, but I just got another error message. So oh, it's saying I didn't give it the full command. Okay. Success. Yeah. So now it should work, right? npm run dev in Claude. Okay, it says success. So now I should just need to run npm run dev in Claude.
Perfect, Nate. Yeah, now just run npm run dev again, and it should start cleanly this time without that lock file error. Once the dev server is running, go to http://localhost 3000 in your browser and see if the app loads properly. Let me know what you see.
All right. So close every time too. Like I feel like every single time I do the what you call it, every single time I'm like, okay, I'm done. This is like the last step, and then I get there, and then like some random thing that's never happened before goes wrong, and then it's just like a new like problem that I have to learn to solve. But like every time I'm just like, oh man, I'm so close. And then I restart the browser. Yeah, all right, there we go. Let me see if you guys can see. No, you can't. All right. All right. It's working. Well, at least it's up, but now I just gotta test it locally on my computer to see if it's working. And okay, so it's like it's showing the information, but it doesn't have the patterns and analysis. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is why it took so long. This is the first app I've done that's more than just one screen. And like essentially I didn't have this in mind. I was just trying to make a app that had like one screen with the this search bar at the top, but I'm guessing the reason they did it like this because if it's going to show me the whole chart, that's like a lot of information. So yeah, I guess how about Apple? That seems to be like, I mean, Apple's like, from what I understand, the most money. Alpha Advantage API key is not set. Yeah, it is. What the? Okay, at least it's working now, so I fixed that problem. Now I gotta figure out why the key is not set. I added it to the right file, but to check that out, I'm gonna have to cover the screen again because yeah, I can't show that. Alright. So what am I building today? Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, I'm building the Candle Coach app. Essentially, it is for basically. Oh, sorry. Yeah, someone also said I'm not reading the Twitch. Yeah, I got Twitch open in a different window. My bad. I wasn't checking that out, and I'm setting up my new setup soon. The API keys leaked from my glasses on the reflection. Good thing I'm learning so quick, man. Good thing I did not go and get paid API keys yet. Thank you for that. That is very good information. That's funny. Yeah, so now I gotta remember to take my glasses off when I'm typing in the API key. But anyways, so yeah, luckily it's a free API key, and I'm learning so quick. Luckily, I was just about to I was asking, should I upgrade to a paid API key? So anyways, also too, and thanks for telling me too that the more I split up the tasks, the more agency I have over what it does, and it's less painful to revert if it messes something up. Okay, yeah. So I gotta make sure I'm gonna take a note right now to split up the tasks more. Let's see. Split up the tasks. Yeah, give thanks, respect. Everyone's being super helpful. All right, so yeah, I'm getting a new setup. I already got it. I just got to hook it up. I got the new desktop and everything, so I can run everything and see everything better when I'm streaming. And okay, so yeah, I'm building this candle coach today, and essentially candlesticks is a way to read a chart. So you can put in whatever stock you're looking at, and it's gonna show you the current candlesticks for different time frames. And for beginners, that's going to be very helpful, because if they don't know how to read candlesticks, it's basically going to do it for you. It's going to read the candlesticks, and it's going to tell you for whatever stock you want to look at, the different time frames of what the candlesticks are. And then see like this, let's see, this patterns right here. So like this is the first page, and essentially like this is telling you like, you know, what different candlesticks mean, but I can see how I need to add the actual like picture of what the candlestick looks like. It's not doing that unless maybe I click it. Oh, weird. So yeah, it's saying like a hammer candle is like a buy signal, and explaining what a hammer candle means, and then you can put in a ticker and look for it. So yeah, it's telling you about the different types of candles, and then those are like what a single candle would mean. And then if you're looking at like multiple candles in a row to get like more information, then it will explain this, but it also needs to like show an example of what these are. And essentially I want this, I don't want this on the front of the page. I want this to be like, really I want it to just be one page, and I want it to be like the analysis right here to be like on top of the page. And then when you search for your stock, it will like show the candlestick chart. It will show you the current candlestick, and then the pattern that it's in, and then explain that. And it'll tell you like what that candle is, like which single candle it is, and also look at the pattern and then tell you the pattern. And then the learning stuff should be like below all that. So I can see how I want to change this. I got to make sure with my API that that when I check this now I don't have my glasses on. So yeah. Let's see. Right. Yeah, so just gotta cover this up to change the API. Yeah, alright. Yeah, just learning new from beginner to a million, figuring this out as I go, and going with the flow. Been an entrepreneur for many years, so I understand like setting up businesses, marketing, all that stuff. This is just like the newest skill I'm learning to like as for entrepreneurs. So I'm learning this. I learn quick, and you know, any beginner can go and watch my process, watch me learn, see the mistakes I made, see how I fixed them, and see how anybody can like learn how to do this. And also too, like once I get this process down, then I'll have more time. I can start doing like more of the business stuff. So I can show you guys like, you know, kind of like what I know from marketing, how to market these apps, stuff like that, and like basically like launch it into a business. So yeah, this is just like kind of the first step. I'm doing these apps every day, getting better every day, hitting new problems every day, learning from them. And right now I need to look and see what's going on with this this file. So like, yeah, it seems like it's right. I'm gonna copy and paste what's in this file into Claude and be like, hey, this seems right to me. Why is this saying that it's not working? So maybe someone saw the reflection of my key on my glass. Oh man, I actually, yeah. Can they really see that? Probably. Okay, so maybe someone just stole that key already, but it's free. So if you stole it and it's free, you only get like 5, I think. Okay, the API key is here. It looks good. But you're getting an API error. It could be a few things. First, double check that the local file is actually saved. Is that Control S? Like it's Control S. What? Now Claude's telling me that the model isn't available right now, so I'm going to go back to Gemini. Yeah, Control plus S. Okay, so it should be saved. Browser tab, refresh. Yeah. What? Having API key problems again. Can see how in the future I want to just get pay for an API key. Because that's one of the most problems I'm running into is API key issues with it like hooking up right. I would hope that paying for one would fix those issues, but yeah, I don't know. See a white dot instead of X. That means unsaved changes. No, I saved it. So you're building with AI, it often changes 3 or 4 files at the same time. It's just telling me different ways to save. Okay. So it looks like the site is up and running, but the only problem is I'm getting an error message saying that the Alpha Vantage API key is not set. It is definitely set. I checked it. It is the right key. It is in the right file, and I just saved it. Do you have any idea what I can do next to troubleshoot this? Yeah, sometimes it helps a lot too if I get like stuck on something with like one LLM like Gemini or Claude, then I would just switch to another one, and then that helps. It's the classic Vite environment variable trap. Even experienced developers get stuck here for 10 minutes because it's a security feature that feels like a bug. If your file is corrupt but the app can't see it, it's almost certainly one of these things. The tool powering the local site is the Vite, and it's designed to protect your secrets. It will ignore any variable in your env file that doesn't start with Vite. So, oh, it's saying try to change, okay, to just add Vite underscore before the key, and I gotta make sure that's covered. Yep. Let's try this. I don't know if I think it matters whether it's capitalized or not. Yeah, capitalized, okay. I don't understand why I didn't have to do that before, but who knows. Okay, so now it's not saved. It's showing the white dot. Control S. Now it's showing the white dot is gone. Alright. See, like, what you call it, Claude was not telling me this. So I'm glad that if Claude Claude didn't give me that error message that it was like down for a second, I probably would have been like running in circles with it for a while. Or would have just like, probably Claude Code could have figured it out, but yeah. Let's see if this makes a difference. Okay. So now I did that. So go to the cursor terminal where the site is running. Press Control C to stop the server. And then npm run dev. Is it saying to do Control C in the Claude Code? Wait, cursor terminal. Just gonna try npm run dev and see what happens. Yes. So yeah, it's telling me it's already running. Do I want to restart it? So yes, I do. And then yeah, I want to proceed. And there's a stale lock file from your previous server. Let me clean it up and restart. Hopefully that fixes the issue. Looks like it failed, so it's thinking. Oh, cool. So it's like, that's just the notification from the earlier failed attempt. And I can show my screen again too. Alright, cool. Yeah, so that's just the notification from the earlier failed attempt, the one that hit the lock file. The current dev server is running fine, nothing to worry about. We'll see. Alright. This is already running. Just try refreshing it. Still, same thing. Same problem. So that didn't fix it. See if Claude is working again. Alright, I still have the problem where it says that the Alpha Vantage API key is not set. You weren't working, so I went on to Gemini, and Gemini told me that it could be because I did not type VITE underscore before Alpha Vantage key. So I did that, and then it had me restart the server. I did that, and it's still giving me the API key is not set error. What should I do next?
Right. So, Gemini's onto something there. In Next.js, environment variables need the next public prefix if you want them accessible on the front end, or they stay private on the back end. Since your NVR local file has the key without that prefix, it should only be accessible in your backend API routes. The issue is probably that your code is trying to access the API key on the front end where it's not available. Here's what to try. Change your hub.nv.local to next public alpha Vantage API key.
Right. So I'm going to try this. And I got to cover my screen again and make sure my glasses are off. That's something I never would have thought of, man. Like, the reflection on my glasses, like, that's why you don't play poker or cards when you got glasses on that reflect. And that's why I guess you don't go into your ENV local file where you're live streaming where you got glasses that reflect. So now I know. Of all the people that don't know that you can't wear glasses while you're playing poker or cards, because you can see the reflection of your cards in your glasses. Okay, screen is covered. API key is changed. Save it out of that folder. Show my screen again. And okay, then restart the dev server. So all right. I don't know exactly what you mean where you say in the terminal where npm run dev is running. Is that the terminal that is running Claude Code? Because I just tried to type that and nothing happened.
Right. Good question. So the terminal where npm run dev is running is the PowerShell window, the one that's showing all the Next.js output. That's the actual dev server terminal, not Claude Code. To restart it, go to that PowerShell window and press Ctrl+C. That'll stop the dev server. Then type npm run dev again and hit enter. That'll start it fresh with your updated .nv.local file. Don't type anything into Claude Code, just use the PowerShell terminal for these commands. Give that a go.
Okay, I think I need to run npm run dev in Claude. Just give me that error message again. Let me restart it. Yep. Yep. Nope. Yep. Okay. Like, it's so close. Yeah, I learned it so much, so I need to start writing down the main things I'm learning each day. Today is, gotta check out that whisper flow, so I can talk straight into the server, or the terminal, because Claude Code is, Claude LLM is annoying to talk to, and make sure I split up the tasks better. Make sure I got the right window open so I can see the comments in both YouTube and Twitch. All right. See if it worked. Nope. Nope. Oh. Yeah, I was supposed to npm run dev. That's so weird, man. Got this same error message. So I'm telling Claude after I gotta type when I'm copying and pasting, because you can't copy and paste and type into Claude and talk into Claude at the same time like you can do in Gemini. So yeah, I'm just telling Claude that his directions gave me this error message. Right, so there's still an old run that task code command again. Then wait a second and try npm run dev again. Whoa, fatal error. Copy and paste this. This is going to be interesting. My Claude's freezing up again, so I guess I'm going back to Gemini. Alright. This is a known issue with Next.js and its new compiler turbo pack. The internal cache, the Next folder, has become corrupted. Got confused. This often happens on Windows if you move files around or edit the .env file while the server is running, like it kept telling me to do. So how to fix it in 30 seconds. It's the most reliable way to clear the error. Delete the hidden cache folder and restart. Stop your server in the cursor terminal. Okay. And then type this command. Start the app. npm run dev. Hopefully this time there's no error message. Yeah, I can see how I tried to have it do way too much. Like, and then when I had it do too much, the site was like, it's harder to fix now because like I have to, if I just do it one thing at a time, I could have added that other stuff, which is what I thought I told it to do, but I guess now I just have to be more careful. And it's adding, it like went and added all these extra features, but then like the main function that I needed it for is what's causing all the problems. So if I just focused on the main function first and not had to do all that extra stuff, that's what I need to do. Make sure I'm like very clear with Claude LLM, because I feel like Claude LLM doesn't like me. I feel like it's like just doesn't like jive with like how my brain works. Or like Gemini, it's like it understands me better. Okay. So because I'm working inside a OneDrive folder, OneDrive constantly tries to sync files while I'm coding. Sometimes it tries to lock a file exactly when TurboPack is trying to write to its database. And this is the first app I feel like I've ever used TurboPack. And this caused the corrupted database panic that I saw. So for the best coding experience, try to keep the project folders in a non-synced location and just use GitHub to back up your code. Okay, so they're saying like I should be backing this up to GitHub. Like start simple. Just do one feature at a time. Get the one feature working. Back it up to GitHub. Do more GitHub backups, because then when I back it up to GitHub, it's like backed up at the working spot. And then if I run into a problem on the next step, I can just go back to that last working version on GitHub and then just like start from there, instead of having to like go back and fix stuff and make it right. So yeah, I need to know to update to GitHub more. Should I write that down? One. Okay. Control C. Tell Gemini. Says is exactly what I want to see. Okay, so that's good. Ready in 2.8 seconds means the brain transplant worked. I successfully cleared the corrupt cache and TurboPack has rebuilt the project from scratch. Now that the engine is running, need to fix the API key not set error once and for all. Since I'm using Next.js, it has very specific rules how it reads it. Okay. Now it's telling me the way I wrote, I need to cover up the key screen again. Okay. Next, public alpha vantage key. Yeah, it's already there. Already is written like that. So I'm using next public prefix as a safety gate. It tells the framework it's okay to share the specific secret with the browser. Without it, Next.js keeps everything locked in the basement for security. Okay, so the key is written already in the exact way that you wanted me to copy it. I'm double checking, and the key is the correct key that I got from Alpha Vantage. Basically, at this point, I've been running into this problem and I don't know what or how to solve it. What is your suggestions? Is there a prompt you could give me to put in Claude Code to see if it can figure out what's going on? Say they understand, they feel my pain. They understand how frustrating it is when the app still says nope. And since the Next.js 16 project, there's a very high chance that the code is trying to access the key in the client side, the browser, but the Next.js is protecting it. Next.js process env isn't a normal object. It's in the right folder too, so it's so weird. Run into like new problems every time, and then I learn so much. Like, become less and less frustrated by problems because I know that it's like that's how I'm learning. I mean, it just is the always seems to happen right when I feel like it's like right on the brink of like working, and then it's like, oh man, I did everything right. All I gotta do is click this and it's gonna work. And then I run into like the biggest problem of the day, and it's like the biggest learning lesson too. So here's what I gotta do. Doesn't see the exact prefix, expects to leave it. Here's a prompt I can give to Claude Code to have it perform a deep audit of my environment setup. Claude, I'm getting an API key not set error even though my .env file is correct and the server has been restarted. Please perform a full audit of my environment setup. Alright. So I'll make sure I'm back in Claude. Looks like Claude is acting funny. So I'm going to open up a new terminal. Start Claude back up. Alright, hopefully this works. Explaining to me how like different file types that I use to do different projects have like weird different rules, especially it always seems like something to do with the API key. It's always where I'm like running into the most problems. I don't think having a paid API key would really solve that. I think it's just understanding when I use different file types that it's going to have different issues. So sure you guys can see the screen. Yep, see what it's doing. Alright, so if you're just tuning in, I'm building the candle coach, and basically it's a beginner investor tool. The other beginner investor tools that I built the last few days, the links are in the description, so you can go check those out. This one is for candlesticks. If you don't know what candlesticks are, they're basically like a way that a chart is made. Like the most simple chart is just like a line chart for the stock price or asset price. Candlestick gives you more information about how the price is working and can give you more likelihood what the price is going to do next. It can be kind of challenging for beginners to understand candlesticks and reading those charts. So I'm creating a tool that can basically show beginners, like they just type in the name of a chart or a name of a stock. It will show them the current candlesticks, 3 different time frames of candlesticks, like like a candlestick will show a certain time frame, like I'm doing like 4 hours, daily, and monthly. So it's going to show you what the candlestick is, and also like the pattern that it's in, and then it's going to give you like an education, like knowledge of like what that means. So essentially, like, you don't have to learn for a beginner. They can just like go, and it's going to explain to them without having to learn how a candlestick chart works. So if you want to buy something, you know, the media is telling you that like, oh, you should buy this. You can go and you can look at the candlestick chart. If you don't understand it, you can go on this app and you can type in the name of the stock, and it's going to tell you exactly what that candle means, that it's most likely to happen next. And if I could add on another feature to that, I think what I would want to do would be like a back testing, so you could go back in time to the history of that stock, and you could look at like times in the past where that same candlestick pattern has happened, and then it would tell you like percentages, like in the past, you know, like maybe 85% of the time when you saw this candlestick pattern on this like daily time frame, the stock went up, or like 20% of the time the stock went down. So that is like, once I get this working, okay, I've got it done. Claude Code's done with what it's doing. I'm about to copy and paste what it just did into LLM. See if Claude is working again. Claude keeps having problems on me, so I'm gonna see if it's working this time. Nope, so I'm asking Gemini. Gemini was telling me what to do anyway, so this was a textbook environmental variable audit. Claude Code really came through for me on this one. It's a perfect example of why AI is such a powerful pair programmer. This co-creation. It spotted 3 tiny invisible errors that could have derailed the system for hours. Why those fixes matter. If I'm explaining this to the audience, here's basically what happened. Location, location, location. Next.js is very picky. Putting a .env file in the src folder is like putting your car keys in the microwave. They're in the house, but the car won't start. Where are you coming up with these analogies? Moving it to the root, fix the visibility. See? And this is the problem, because in the beginning, like usually it created the .env local folder for me, but like it was telling me, it was like, no, this time we want you to like manually create it. So I manually created it, but I must have manually created it like under the wrong folder structure, which I had no idea how to do that anyway. So I'm gonna make sure in the future that I like tell Claude to do it, even if it tells me, even if the LLM tells me to manually create these folders in the future. I'm gonna be like, nope, give me the prompt to have Claude create it. Secret name game. The code was looking for a person named Alpha, but the file was named Next Public Alpha, and they walked right past each other. So the security win. Claude correctly pointed out that since the data fetching happens in the back end with the candles, I didn't need to the Next Public folder. This was actually safer because it keeps the API key hidden from any curious viewers who might inspect element on your stream. So now that the plumbing is fixed, I can finally see the fruits of the labor. Restart the server. Go to the terminal, Control C. And then npm run dev. And then it's saying should have worked, but it's not. So okay. Excellent. It's a healthy project. TurboPack just cleared its own cache. It's basically in pristine mode now. Now it's time for the moment of truth. Open the browser or the cursor simple browser and go to this. It says set truthy. That means it's a success. If it says not set, don't panic. It says set truthy. Yeah, success. Okay. If the debug page says not set, no, it says set. Okay, okay, it says set truthy. So the site is pretty much already set up, minus the changes that I want to make after I fix the API key problem. Is the next step now to go back to the site and make sure that API key is working? It's a huge win. Means the bridge between the environment variables and the Next.js server is officially built. Test a real data fetch. This is the most exciting part. This is the first time real market data will hit the screen. Instead of jumping straight into complex charts, do a smoke test, checking if something smokes or breaks when turned on. Open the browser console. Let's see. So open the browser console. How do I open the browser console? I think it is already open, but it's still on that debug thing page where it says set truthy. 12, huh? Okay. Look for a tab at the top labeled Network. I see. It says just delete the end. Okay. Alright. Is it gonna work? Looks like it is working. Yes. Alright. Dude. Fixed it. Oh man. But it ran it so many times that that the free it ran it too many times, so the free, but at least it's working. Okay. But yeah, it's gonna, I see how it works. It's gonna show the 4-hour, the daily, and the monthly. So I think I only have to wait a minute and then it'll like refresh. 25 requests per day. 1 request per second. I'm not really sure, so I'm gonna copy it. But yeah, I fixed the main thing. So technically the app is built and it's working. It's just that I'm on the free API key, so I can only call for the information certain amount of times per day. And because I kept running into that error and it kept trying to call it for information, it's already gone past the limit. So I'm just double checking with Gemini, who is a better friend to me than Claude LLM. Yeah, it's telling me I reached the limit. This year, Alpha Vantage has become even stricter. Here's the tough love breakdown of what the message actually means. The math of the crash. Because I want to show 3 time frames, so it's pulling 3 separate API requests at once. And it's 5 per minute and 25 per day. So I can only do 8 searches a day on this app with this API. So the API key is correct. The network connection is working. The code successfully reached their server. The only thing broken is the budget. That I'm not paying more. But yeah, I don't even know if people are going to get value out of this yet. And when I'm done with the stream today, I'm going to go and I'm going to paste this in the description, the link to this app. And yeah, anybody can use it until, I guess, like only 8 times a day, because I've got it running 3 different charts at once. But yeah, that's cool. If people are using it, like, you know, that's not something to worry about right now. I'm just gonna get these 30 apps done. People are using them. I can go and I can like get a paid API and hook it up. So I could do like a mock data thing. Sounds like a good idea. I'm gonna tell Claude to basically like give it fake data for now, so that I can like finish changing the app to like how I want it. So now Claude should go and create like a new file with a way to give this fake data, and then I can see what it's actually going to do when it runs data through, and then I can tell Claude like, hey, these are the changes I want to make, and have it change things around until I get the app how I want it to be. So yeah, just hit the rate limit. This happens all the time in real world developing. The API is basically telling us we're too popular for the free plan. We're going to switch to mock data for the next 30 minutes or however long it takes. I don't know why you're trying to predict, because no one knows in life. You never know how it's going to go. Just got to go with the flow and have the right mindset so you know. I can show you how to build these charts, and then we'll wire the real data back in later. Wait. So does this get fake data only when the API stops working, or is it going to get fake data permanently until I tell it to switch back to the API? So here's how it works. Um, the app will ask Alpha Vantage for data. The code will check, does it get back the stock price data or an error message? If it's the thank you for using Alpha Vantage message, your code immediately swaps in the mock data. Okay. If I want to be in total control, I can use a feature flag, a permanent setting in the code that tells the app which sorts to use. Alright. Okay, so I think it might be yeah, okay, well, it's not showing the candlestick chart. It's showing the... Yeah, I tried to have it do way too much. But the fact that, like, it tried to build the whole site at once and it only took 10 minutes to build all this. Like, I should have just yeah, I can totally see what it did wrong. Like I was saying, I just needed to build this part, the main part of it first. Because it's not showing the chart. I could have fixed that before I dealt with any of this other stuff. Yeah, it's not showing the actual chart. That's fine. That's just, I need, okay. So what I'm going to do right now, instead of telling it to automatically go to the fake data, because I don't want people to see fake data, I'm just going to keep the fake data on until I get the make the changes that I want to make. And then when it's working right, then I'm gonna change it back to the real data. Yeah, I like your suggestion about just using the mock fake data until I get the app looking right, and then I can switch it back to the API. So right now, um, the main problem from today was Claude built like the entire app at once, and that is what caused a lot of problems. I should have just had it built the main feature first and then added the extra features afterwards. But here we are now. So what I want to do now is tell Claude to make changes to this app. Um, the first change that I want to make is when it shows the charts, when I search a ticker, everything shows up on the chart except for the actual candlesticks. When I scroll the cursor across the chart, it shows the information of like, you know, the price when it opened and closed and the volume and everything, but it doesn't show the actual pictures of the candlesticks. Is this something that I could give a prompt to Claude Code to fix? Alright, here's the prompt. So I'm telling Claude that we have a visual bug. When I search a ticker, the chart shows the hover data, but the actual candlesticks are invisible or not rendering. So please do the following. Switch to the mock data. I already did that. Update the fetcher to use this data so we can debug without API limits. Audit the chart component. Yeah, Claude's telling me the mock data is already in place. That's awesome. So it's not wasting tokens doing something. It already knows that. That's good to know. Man, I'm starting to figure this out quick. Like, I still probably got a long way to go, but I can tell, like, man, stuff that, like, I had no idea what this was talking about. Like, and I'm starting to, like, understand this way better. And this is not even, like, day 10. Oh, man, anybody out there, if you're really, like, thinking about trying this out and, like, seeing what you can build with coding, like I'm saying, like I spent like not even a month, just kind of like a couple hours a day researching like, you know, the basics, like the most basic stuff about like code and how it works. And then like I built one simple app before I even started this challenge. And I'm already like figuring this out quick. So like anybody out here can do this. Whatever, if you got good ideas, something you want to build, you know, just keep that mindset of abundance and providing value to people, and build what you want to build. So yeah, then we're gonna audit the chart component. That's what it's doing right now, I think. Fix the visibility. Ensure that the candles have explicit colors. I mean, like hopefully they're red and green like they're supposed to be, but we'll see. Check that the keys open, high, low, and close are all lowercase and match exactly what the chart library expects. So This ghost chart is a common bug. It usually means the computer knows what the price is, but it doesn't show where to draw the candle because the time format is slightly off. And I'm gonna have Claude align the data and the visuals. So from now on, do not change any other features. Only focus on getting the candlesticks visible on the chart. Once I confirm I can see them, then I'll move to the next task. Yeah, I just gotta make sure I don't get too carried away with features right now, because the main feature is all that matters to me right now. That extra stuff, it's cool, but I want to make sure that someone can come on here, put in the name of a stock. It's going to show the candlesticks, and then an explanation of what that candlestick means. And everything else really is just like extra that doesn't matter if people aren't even using the tool. So I want the tool to do the main thing it does very good, very well, and then if people use it, then add other stuff to it. Help me understand the free API key better. Someone in the stream mentioned that because I was wearing glasses, that when I typed in the API key, that they could see it in my glasses. But I guess because it's a free API, like I don't really have anything to worry about. Is that correct? So yeah, it's not a financial risk. Like it's not going to cost me any money. Service disruption is the real risk. If that person starts using their key, they will use up your 25 requests per day instantly. I mean, if someone's going to go through the trouble to do all that, like, whatever, who cares? When I try to use my app, it will say rate limit reached. But yeah, they can't even see my email address that I used to get it. But if it was a paid key, then yeah, definitely like that would be a huge deal, and I would want to like delete that key ASAP. So and then even worse, like not just like, okay, so this is something I didn't even think about. If you have a paid API key and you have it on your site or app or whatever you're using, and you know, if somebody gets your key, essentially what can happen is like they could use it themselves, and like you're going to be paying that bill. But even worse, if they use it for something illegal or against the terms of service, then I could get my account banned, and then like the API company would just like, you know, like keep my money and say like you violated this, like we're just gonna keep your money. They said like put tape on my screen. uh Dude, AI, are you that like you're so smart, but then like certain things, like if I'm streaming, putting tape on my screen is not gonna stop people from being able to see my screen. I guess maybe if I got like a camera on my screen, but that's not how people usually stream. Wow. Um, awesome. Thanks. Not to worry about that. Cool. Yeah. So I just keep doing what I'm doing. I've got the Claude is working for a long time now, like over 7 minutes now. This is definitely like by far the most tokens and the most time I've ever used up for an app. Apps are getting more detailed and better every day. Um, I didn't even plan it like that. Like I just did the first app. Like I'm trying to make these apps super simple, and it seems like all the apps I'm doing, they're just like requiring more and more data each day, and I didn't even plan it. Like I was just like the first one was like, what was the first one? The RSI, right? So like RSI of stocks, and like that's pretty simple. Like um, but I didn't even think about that from a programming perspective. Like if I had started the first day trying to do like the candlestick app for beginners, oh man, I would have ran into so many more problems that I wouldn't understood, and it would have taken me so much longer to figure this out. So this just goes to show, like, I mean, you find the flow of what you're trying to do and helping people, and you just start doing it, and it just like things will just like you don't even need to see the next step. Like it just works out right, and that's how I feel like you know you're on the right path. Um, just start something new, and you start running into like walls everywhere, and it's just like everything is like you just like running in circles, and you can't find your way through it. Then maybe that's like take a step back, reevaluate, and come back, try it again. You just keep running into the like resistance. It's like go take a different path, take the easy path, take the path that you love to do, and as long as you're providing value to people, like the main thing is like I'm like a decent trader. I feel like getting to be like I'm definitely past the like um losing and break even stage. Like uh I'm doing pretty good, and trading is like it's almost like you could think of it like a video game, right? But investing, like this is for beginners, so beginners shouldn't even be worried about trading until they're like decent at just like buying and holding assets. But yeah, with trading, like what value does that provide to society? It is very difficult. Trading is one of the most difficult things I've learned to do. Um, it takes a long time. It looks so easy. Like you like understand the basics of trading. Like oh, you just look at the chart and then you buy low and you sell high. But then like you try it and like everybody finds out whoa, it's so much more difficult than it looks. But then like most people mess up, they give up. But the people who just stick with it and who like learn not to do like the stupid things like chasing mistakes, trying to like getting mad that they lost, so they like double down, stuff like that. The people who just like stay calm, and the people who just like okay, I'm just gonna figure this out, and they just keep trying, like they usually end up being like decent traders, and you can make so much money doing that, and it's just crazy how much money is flowing through these markets every day. So yep, 10 minutes now. Yeah, I'm using like 3 times the amount of tokens. I'm so glad I updated. If I did not update that plan last night, man, I would have been running into another issue today and had to update because that was the main thing. Like, if you're using the $20 plan, get the $50 free extra that you can right now on Claude, and make sure there it's working. Make sure you're doing the minimum. Like, if you're using the $20 plan, do the minimum steps at a time. Like, do the one simple thing at a time. Because what I found out yesterday was that if it's running and you run out of tokens and it stops running in the middle of a process, it's hard to tell like what it didn't finish, and then that caused me to like run into more errors, and it took a lot of extra time. So yeah, I'm glad that I updated my plan. So I can see here now that basically it's like it's showing the candlesticks. Of course, this is like fake data. This is not the actual, or is it? Because that looks like about the price. Oh man, that might. It's like giving me fake data, but like that looks like the actual price. I'm about to search up the Nvidia price. Yeah, Nvidia is $182 right now, so this is not the right. Okay, yeah, this is fake data. I feel like it was this price, and then Nvidia like split. So maybe this is like the old data, but yeah. So like basically, like I would explain this to you looking at the price of Nvidia. This is not the real data, but this is the like if this were the real data, like over the this is the each one of these candles would be 4 hours. Right? It's the 4-hour chart. So you're looking at like the past couple days worth of price, right? How much it's moved in the last couple days. And then each one of these candles is a day of time. So you know this is going to be, I don't know, maybe like 100 candles. This is going from October to now. And then this is the monthly candles. Each one of these is a month of data. So this is going from like March of 2023 to now. So really, if you were a beginner investor, you would mostly likely want to start with this monthly chart and then, you know, buy low, sell high. Well, looking at this much data, it's kind of like, I'd say this would be like the middle right here. So it's more high, I think, than it is low, right? And what's the trend? The trend is going down over the past couple months, very slowly. Trend is your friend to the end. So basically, like, you know, buy low, sell high. That's kind of like, I wouldn't really want to be buying. Personally, I would not. If this were the actual price of Nvidia, I would not buy it right now. I would be like, no, this does not look like a good time to buy. If it were down here, I would be like, yeah, it's probably a good time. So let's just say it was down here right now. Then you can go up to the daily. And then you look at the daily and it's like, okay, it's high on the daily, but it's also trending up. And it's also kind of going sideways. So, you know, that's kind of a little bit more risky. Maybe wait a few more days and see if it starts dropping or something. And then you look at the 4-hour, like the past few days, and it's like right in the middle. So if I were gonna buy this, I'd be like, yeah, it's probably okay time to buy right now. But if this were like up at the top, I don't know. I would maybe make me think twice. So essentially, I want to have like explaining that what I just explained to you guys on the stream. That's what I want to explain with this app. So what it's saying, looking at a single candle. Oh yeah, you can click. No, it's just showing the most recent candle. Okay, that's cool. I see what it's doing. It's showing the most recent candle for each chart. See how it's like highlighted? And it's explaining what that candle means. But it's like, what I don't understand is, these are like obviously 3 different candles, 3 different time frames, and it's giving this explanation. So it's only giving the explanation because, yep, because these are red. Okay. This is a hammer. I think doji is what they call it, or hammer candle. Anyways, sellers pushed the price down during the session, but buyers regained control and pushed it back up. See, it started right here, and then sellers pushed it down during this 4-hour time frame, but then it got pushed back up like all to here, and then that's where that ended, or where it currently is. So then it's showing you that it's going to the patterns, so you can learn, identify, and analyze. It's telling you what a hammer candle looks like. It's a small body at the top with a long lower shadow or wick, at least twice the body length, appears at the bottom of a downtrend. Usually. That's the main thing with investing, is there's got to be like usually, like this is not, people need to understand that this is not like definitely what's going to happen. And then I like this, how it's saying like, you know, whatever candle it is, whether it's a buy signal or a sell signal, and these are the single candles. And then double candle means like when you're looking at 2 candles in a row. Triple candle is 3 candles in a row, but it's not showing the, it should be showing like an example of what those look like. So I think that's the next thing I want to add in. Yeah, definitely. All right, the candlestick charts are working correctly. The next thing I want to do is it shows on the patterns, it says different candlestick patterns, and it explains the different candlesticks, and it says whether they're like a buy signal or a sell signal with a short explanation, but it doesn't show an example of what that candlestick looks like. I want to have a picture of what each corresponding candlestick looks like to the explanations on the patterns. Create a prompt to do this. Okay, since we're in vibe coding mode and using Claude Code, we want to be very specific about how these images are generated. I have 2 main options. SVG icons, best for speed and performance. Claude writes code to draw the candle using simple math. Generated images. Claude uses an AI image tool to create high-def icons. So I want to make sure this prompt is doing what I want it to do. Claude, the charts are looking great. So I think this is doing what I wanted to do. I'm going to paste this in and then I'll read you the prompt. Alright, so Claude, the charts are looking great. Now I want to upgrade the patterns section. Currently it lists the pattern name and explanation, but it lacks a visual example. Please do the following. Create a visual component. Build a small React component called candlestick icon that uses SVG to draw a simplified version of the pattern. For hammer, draw a small body with a long lower wick. Update the pattern's data. Add a visual type or icon property to each pattern in our list. Integrate into UI. Place the visual icon next to the pattern name in the sidebar list so that the user can immediately see the shape while reading the buy-sell signal explanation. Ensure that the bullish patterns use our green theme and bearish patterns use our red theme for the icons. Make it look clean and professional. Yeah, that's what I wanted it to do, so see, hopefully that's what it does. So now that we have the pictures, the next step would be writing the logic that actually scans the chart to find these hammers and dojis live. So I think it already did that. But yeah, that that makes me realize like there's still more I should be doing with the chart part before I even do this. But that's like, this should be simple. Once I get this done, identify. And this signal legend doesn't make any sense to me. So I think I'd probably just take that out. Signal legend. Okay. So what I want to do here is make sure that I feel like it was saying more information when I put in Apple. Okay, I think I know what I want to do. I want it so that might be wondering how difficult. Basically, what I want to do is so like a person can click on the candle and it tells them what kind of candle it is, but they shouldn't even have to click because this is the only one selected, so it should automatically. So not they shouldn't have to click, but it should recognize what candle that is. And then explain right here. Yeah, so the signal legend at the bottom should say whether it's a buy, a sell signal, wait, caution, or neutral. And then give some explanation. And there should be a signal legend underneath each time frame of each chart. That's what I want to do. Okay. So yeah, as long as the first thing I was trying to do works out. Yeah, this is weird. That's not what I was. Like really, the two screens is kind of confusing too, or the two different options. Back to patterns. So it shows the pattern. Oh yeah, it does show the. So I don't need this arrow. So as long as it's showing that. Yes, this is what I wanted exactly. Just without that. Okay. So it should be like learn, identify, analyze. Wow, I'm seeing like I could do so much more with this. But of course, like I don't want to like make it super complicated. I want to make this simple and solve one problem right now, and then if people use it, then I'll add more stuff. Okay. So I just want to take that arrow off. Okay. For the most part, I like what it did with that last prompt. However, it added something extra that I do not want. There is a arrow that you can click on next to each candle pattern explanation that takes you to another screen with a further explanation, and I do not want that there. I think that it is too confusing. Write a prompt so that it takes that off. Someone's telling me I should collab with MoonDev. I have no idea. Big up the Lion of Judah, but I do not know who MoonDev is. Who is MoonDev, or what is MoonDev? Conquering Lion. Right. So this is a smart call. In app design, we call that flattening the UI. Extra screens and back buttons often break because the user's flow, especially when they just want to quickly reference a pattern while looking at a live chart. Keeping everything on one screen makes the app feel faster and more like a dashboard rather than a website. That's what I wanted to do anyway. So remove the navigation logic that takes the user to further explanation screen. Remove the arrow icon. And just put the extra text. That's fine. Delete any extra page files. Okay. Yeah, getting so much better at this. I gotta search what MoonDev is. I have no idea. Oh, MoonDev is a person that builds trading bots. That's cool. Or maybe it's not a person, I don't know, but MoonDev AI agents are Python agents for trading. Oh, okay, it's an agent. Oh, so I see MoonDev is charging people $5 to watch them build trading bots, I guess. So like it'll teach you how to build a trading bot. And I was thinking about doing something like that in the future. But yeah, I'm a beginner, and Sounds like a really good idea if it works good. Um, I feel like you'd want to like start out with a real small amount of money, but I would be like hesitant to give it a lot of money because if something went wrong, could lose a lot. I don't know. See, I'm not that experienced, but yeah, this makes me want to watch. Yeah, I'm gonna take a note to Sunday tomorrow from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern. So that's in like 7 hours. So yeah, I'd have to check that out. $5 to watch them. That's good education right there. Get a 3-hour live Zoom session. Yeah, I want to see what this guy's doing, or person, or bot, or whatever it is. That's cool. Thanks for that suggestion. So yeah, and I'm guess like obviously, if you are a beginner investor, I would I would probably not recommend using trading bots, especially if you don't know how to trade without the bot. I mean, I guess if it works and it's on autopilot, like that's what I'm wondering too for like the future of investing. Like, if people build these like complicated trading bots that can do all this back testing and they actually work, like what is that gonna do to like the markets? Is that gonna affect the markets in a major way? I guess how is it that much different from what do you call it, like market maker bots that are already have been running? Like is that any different from that? This is like the future of like because really there's no rules. I mean there's rules like the SEC, but like who do they enforce them on? I don't want to get into all that. I'm not trying to like say anything about the SEC. I'm just trying to stay good with them, and not I'm trying to help beginners and like just learn. So yeah, like because that's another thing, like when I build all this stuff out, if it like when it works and it's helping people and I'm paying for the API, I would definitely like want to charge something um in the beginning, if only just to like cover my costs for the API for people to use it if it's giving them value, and then like refine it and make it work better, and then like raise the cost from there so I'm making profit. But yeah, this is like the future, man. Like this is like where things are going, and wow. The world is crazy, man. It's going so quick. Technology is moving on a level like never seen anything like it. So it did what I wanted it to do. This is awesome. Okay. It's exactly what I wanted to see. So it's explaining all the candles. I mean, people can do that, but that I feel like should be like underneath the like how do I want this set up? I want it so like the analysis is like the first thing you see. Okay. All right. Essentially it's working. Um just want to make it a little bit better, and yeah, okay. I'm gonna do like one last prompt for right now. Or actually, I got one last prompt to like do what I want to do, and then the prompt to switch it back to the actual API. Um, I agree with you on what you said about having this be more like an app than a website. Right now, it is more like a website because it has 2 pages. the first page is patterns, which has all of the information about the candles for learning. And then the second page is analysis, and that's where you search for the ticker symbol, and then the charts come up. What I want to do is make it so that this analysis is like the main feature of the app, so that it's one page and the first thing that you see is the analysis. And then there is one quick change I want to make to the analysis part, but I'll do that after. So create a prompt that moves the analysis to the first page and make it so there is only one page. And I'm not really sure about the rest of the information. I guess like put it underneath the analysis part. Yeah, it says like I'm moving it from a teaching site to a trading tool, and that's what I wanted. Not trading, but like investing. Okay. I'm going to paste this into Claude and then tell you what it says. So I'm telling Claude that I want to convert this project from a multi-page website to a single-page dashboard. Make analysis the home. Move all the logic, state, and components from the analysis page to the root page, and this should be the first thing a user sees. Integrate the patterns. Move the candlestick patterns, the icons, and explanations we just fixed so they live directly underneath the charts on the same page. Ensure the search bar and charts stay at the top. Use a clean divider before the pattern section begins. Then it's going to delete the analysis and patterns folders once the code is successfully moved to keep the project clean. Remove any navigation or header links that point to these old pages. Ensure the mock data fetcher still works perfectly in this new layout. Okay, so I think to make this better for beginners and so that it doesn't use so much API, instead of using 3 different API calls for one search, I want to change it so it's like just I think just the daily chart. Alright, so now it should be fixed. Yep. Claude made it so difficult at first, and now I'm like simplifying it. Okay. Awesome, that worked perfect. The last change I want to make is in regards to pulling up the 4-hour, daily, and monthly charts at the top. This is a tool for beginners. I think that those extra having 3 different charts will be confusing to beginners. For beginners, I'm guessing that the monthly chart is going to help them the most. So make it when a person types in the ticker, it only shows the monthly chart, and like before, the most recent candle is highlighted. Then for the right underneath in the signal legend, it says what kind of candle that is and what kind of signal it is, whether it's buy, sell, wait, or neutral. Create a prompt to do this. Building this app would have, oh man, would have taken, like, if I actually was writing the code, which I don't even know how to do. If somebody knew how to write code and they were to build this, I could only imagine how long this would take. Like, I feel like this is like taking a long time, but I'm getting it right. And I learned so much for like doing things one thing at a time, and how Claude LLM will, like, even if I try, I swear I try to tell it like, let's just do one thing at a time, and it just went and like built like the whole thing with like more features than I even asked for, and made it so confusing, and it caused so many problems. Less is more rule of UX design. That's good to know. Teaching beginners to look at the big picture first. That is what I'm saying. Basically, I'm telling Claude, let's simplify the analysis section to make it extremely beginner friendly. Single chart layout. Just show the monthly chart at the top. When a ticker is searched, the app should automatically identify the most recent current monthly candle right below the chart. And above the pattern list, add the current signal box. It should state exactly the pattern the current monthly candle is. It should clearly display a buy, sell, or wait neutral based on that candle. Add a 1-sentence explanation for the signal. Ensure the highlight on the chart matches the signal in the legend so the beginner can see exactly what the app is reading. Why the monthly chart is the beginner king. So the noise factor on a 4-hour chart, a stock might look like it's crashing, but on a monthly chart you can see it's actually just a tiny dip in a 10-year uptrend. Higher probabilities for candlestick patterns like hammers or engulfing candles are statistically much more reliable on monthly time frames than on 1-minute or 5-minute charts. So when a user types in Tesla, a single clean monthly chart appears. A big green box underneath says signal buy, bullish, or whatever the signal is for that chart. If Claude asks how to detect the pattern, tell it use the last candle in any data array and compare its open, high, low, close values to our pattern definitions to determine the signal. Use the last candle in the data array and compare its open, high, low, and close values to our pattern definitions to determine the signal. That's a good thing. Yeah, I want to add that in. So basically, it's advising me that if it doesn't come out like what I want it to do, what I should tell Claude is to use the last candle, the one that's going to be highlighted, and then compare that to the pattern definitions below it to give like a probability, basically, like, so it doesn't just say what that candle does, but it like will look at that in regards to the pattern it's in. That's a good idea. Alright, so if you're just coming on right now, what am I building exactly? I'm building a beginner investor tool, and this one is called the Candle Coach. So essentially, if you're looking at a chart for the price of a asset, stock, crypto, whatever, the most simple kind of chart is just a line chart. But much more used, the main chart I use that gives you better information is called a candlestick chart. And there's a lot of like, for a beginner, this would be like very difficult for them to understand. They would not, they'd have to do a lot of research to understand how to read this kind of chart. And what I'm trying to do is build a simple tool that basically they can type in whatever stock they're looking at buying, and it shows them the candlestick chart. It shows them the current candle that it's on, and it explains to them what that candle means, especially in regards to like what the price is likely to do next. So this is basically a tool, and if you want to see the other tools I've created so far, all the other beginner investing tools, you can check in the description below, and it will have the links to them. The API keys that I'm using are free right now, so depending on how many people have used it that day, you might have to wait like a while to use it. But essentially, yeah, it's a beginner investor tool to help people that are beginning to invest so that they can make more money, so they can have more abundance, and get everybody in the game, everybody investing, everybody like understanding. Like, I mean, this is like, in my opinion, compared to actually like trading your time for money at a job, like this is like, if you have this skill of investing, you know, it's a slow game. Like, it's not easy, it's not fast money. But when you get this skill and you learn this, and I'm bridging the gap between like, you know, people who can just go on like Robinhood, like they hear something on the news because there's so much hype out there trying to tell people like to buy and sell stuff, which I think a lot of it is like hype, and these people like position themselves as experts, and really like, you know, beginners don't understand that like nobody knows. Like these people try to sound like they know exactly what's going to happen, but they don't. So when these beginners have these tools, they can basically like bridge the gap from like going from like, you know, doing all this work to understand something, to have these tools right there, so they can just like type in a stock, it tells them exactly what the tool is doing, and they don't have to go and learn it on their own, and it's just going to make their path to learning this stuff so much quicker. So let's see, I think it's done. And I think this is, yeah, this is the last, as long as this worked, it's going to be the last change that I make on here. And yeah, definitely not only that, but I realized like tokens, as far as token goes, by having Claude Code, by having Claude LLM give me way too much information at once to give to Claude Code to start this project. It took like 10 minutes and ran up a lot of tokens. And then it caused a lot of like new problems that I didn't understand. And if I would have just started simply with like the main feature, made sure that it only did that, it would have been way less tokens, because I basically had to like go back and have it like get rid of stuff. So that was like double tokens to make it, and then like tokens to get rid of it. So not only am I trying to build things that are very, very helpful to people and provide a lot of value, but I'm trying to teach people how to build things on this channel. And a big part of that is building in a way that is going to be economically, you know, not wasting money or tokens, which is basically money. So yeah, it's like still loading. I don't understand. Weird. Okay. Okay, I gave it that prompt. It finished. It says that it's done, and the site says it's compiling, and it looks like it's like constantly loading, and I'm trying to refresh it, but it won't refresh. So yeah, it's telling me that what I should do is basically stop it, tell it to clear the corrupted cache. If that doesn't work, just right click the next folder in your sidebar and select delete. Restart the engine. Now start it back up. Oh, it's making some weird noises I never heard before. What is going on? Yeah, I would have been done with this so much earlier if I would have done it right from the start, but now I know. So we basically just did a major brain transplant on this app by moving all the folders into one page. The Next.js compiler is currently trying to map out the new nervous system. Just clear the cache, give it a fresh start. Claude is saying the code logic is clean. No deleted imports, no circular depths, no infinite user effect loops. Production build passes is almost certainly a stale.next cache from the deleted files. Let me clear it and verify. Alright, hopefully this works because I'm done. I'm like, alright. Like I built it, it was done, and I just wanted to like make it better. So yeah, getting ready to end the stream once this is working, and yeah, it should be working. Stand up at least. You sit down so long, man. I feel like humans are not meant to be sitting down all day. Okay, yeah, so I can tell, like, I'm just looking at my usage. Like, yesterday, the app I built, I feel like I didn't even use half this much tokens. And it ran into the current session limit. This time, now that I have the max plan, it is only used 10% of the current session limit. And that resets in 2 hours. And for the weekly limit, I've only used 2%. So yeah, I can do so much more. This is, man, this is so awesome what I'm going to be able to build. Wow. Just keep getting better and better at this every day. Building awesome things. Creation. What's up, Peaceful Escape? Hope you're doing good. Abundance. Peace and love. Manifestation. Whatever it is you want to create. I'm just finishing up this the Candle Coach app. Got making some apps for beginner investors. You can check the description. We've got links for all the apps I've made so far. They're all for beginner investors. Gonna keep making beginner investor apps for a little while, and then go from there and keep getting better at building every day. Going from beginner to 1,000,000. I just started learning about code about a month ago. These are honestly like the first apps I'm building. I'm building them live so people can see the process of me learning and me troubleshooting and me finding out how this works. And one of the greatest things about this is I never expected that I would get so much support from the people in the comments, man. They've been helping me learn so much quicker on this and giving me like exactly what I need to get to the next step. So it's really good to co-create and work with other people, and I got to give thanks for life and health and strength and abundance, and make sure that I provide as much value as I can for anybody else watching this in so many ways. It's like I'm providing value in the way of helping beginner investors with these apps. I'm providing value in helping beginner vibe coders to learn how to vibe code and build things that they can help other people too. So yeah, so much value, so much abundance. Oh, okay, so it's done, and the dev server is running. Still occupied by the old stuck process. Saying move the project off OneDrive. Yeah, that's cool. Agents for Amazon, social media. So one can pull up the trending items that are for sale, and then one agent finds the trending items that people are buying, and then another one basically puts them in the store. That sounds like a good idea. Yeah, see, my background is not really in e-commerce like that. So one pulls the link and posts on social, post automatically. Yeah, that's cool. I'm interested to know how that works. I bet you there's some money there. I bet you that would take hours and hours to do every day, just to like scroll through social media, um, find out what people are buying, and then go and like add a new listing each day, or however often it does it. Okay, let's see. Awesome, so it's telling me here's what happened and how to prevent it. So I'm gonna copy, paste this into Gemini, and then Gemini is gonna hopefully tell me what I should do next. And yeah, this problem right here came from trying to build too much at once from the start, and then I tried to like make it simpler, and it had already built so many like paths and stuff that make it simpler caused more problems, and yeah, learning quick. Took up more tokens, took up more time, but learning. So basically, yeah, I learned so much from this session today. npm run dev, hopefully it works this time. And if it does, let's see. Then I think got it for right now. Oh yeah, I just got to tell it to switch back to the actual the real data from the API instead of this fake data. Saying yeah, there we go. Okay. Hopefully this works how I want it to. So you got Apple. And this is not the real data. This is like the fake data. And so yeah, it's telling you, showing you the chart for Apple, highlighting the current monthly candle that it's on, and it's telling you it's a bearish candle, standard bearish candle, sellers controlled this period, no specific reversal or continuation pattern detected. And then you can go down and look at the pattern library. And it's not a hammer. It looks like a hammer, but it's not, because that wick coming out the top. So it's more like more like a hanging man. But it is not complete yet, I guess. So that's the main thing. But yeah, you can see what it says here about the candle and like what it means about most likely for a beginner what they want to know to buy something. And then they can look at this and they can look at the pattern even and see like, okay, what are the 3 candles next to it? And this is what I want to know. So I'm going to, let's see, I'm thinking that maybe, well, let's see, I'll finish reading the comments first. So could you write a script to peer-to-peer token request across free trials? I'm not really sure what that means. Can get $300 for sign up of Google Cloud Dev. Oh, dude, I want to try that. Yeah. Just gonna write that down. Yeah, I saw someone online use Google Cloud Dev, and that was like very fast. They made a very simple app in like a minute. So let's see. Okay, so last thing I gotta do, just remembered, I got to tell it to switch back to the actual, the real API data and not the fake data. Alright, I like how this app looks now. The last thing I need to do is switch back to the actual API data and not use the fake data. Can you write a prompt to do that? Yeah, so like basically this can only be used 25 times a day. I'm guessing that's like every 24 hours with the free tier. But at least that should be enough, like, for people to check it out. And I mean, if you try this, I'll post like I still gotta ship it to GitHub and put it live and everything, and that's quick. But I'm hungry and I need to take a break. So as soon as I get this done, I'll make sure it's working, and then I'll end the stream, giving thanks for all the progress I made, and before I start tomorrow, I will make sure to post the link for this app. So yeah, come back, tune in tomorrow, and you will be able to see the link for this app if you want to try it out yourself. It'll be live. And yeah, everyone can thrive, and everyone can do what they gotta do to live the life that you love, and make sure that you keep the abundance flowing, because yeah, there's so much out here. Your boss, most people in the system with a job, they're getting paid based on an hourly rate for the most part. I mean, sales and everything's different, and like I always say, like, do what you love, do what you want to do. Not trying to tell anybody there's anything wrong with that form of work, but just trying to open people's minds to other ways, because there is a lot of money flowing through these markets, and not only that, but the ability to build these tools. Even if you're not interested in investing at all, just watching me build these tools, being able to see like what's possible, can help you a lot, so that you can build whatever you want to build and provide value for people. And the more value you provide, the more people want to pay, and that's the way. Beaming. Alright, yeah, this Peaceful Escape in the comments. Check it out. He's gonna leave a Discord invite, and saying go ahead and just make a free meta developer account. I'm guessing that's on the Google Cloud Dev. And wait, oh yeah, make a free developer account and you can have access to all their LLM APIs. Free meta developer account. Yeah, free APIs, that's what I like to hear. Making a free NVIDIA developer account if you haven't on Discord. Join Vibe, Google Labs, and Gemini. That's awesome. So yeah, apply for every beta program for any LLM, and then you should get access to a lot more tools for free. Yeah, so much to learn. This is awesome. Giving thanks for this technology. Alright, so I guess I just want to check to see. I'm guessing it's going to say that the API limit is reached. Respect, yeah, that's very helpful. So you can email this guy or join his Discord chat, and then he'll show you a lot of things he's learned over the years. Yeah, I'll be doing that too. That's good to know, because I'm setting my Discord up next. I just got a new desktop. Just setting all this up. My old computer that I thought was super fast, now I'm at the limit of what I can do with this streaming and this coding at the same time. So yeah, I just gotta set up my new setup, and then I can run Discord while I'm doing this too, and a couple other things I want to run too, and bring more value to you. So let's see. It looks like everything is good, but it's like still loading now. I just want to make sure it's working. Oh, I hear you. He's saying he just meant me, but if they want to, they can. Yeah, that's awesome. Respect. All right. So it looks like, all right, what it's saying now is like the API is reconnected, and it'll automatically switch to the mock data. But I don't want it to do that, so yeah, I hear you. That's cool, man. Music, no doubt. Yeah, I'm trying to get some music going on my live stream. So yeah, I'm not sure. I gotta look into like what music I can play that's not gonna have like the copyright stuff. But yeah, music's awesome. Like I make music. I'm always like always got songs going through my head and everything like that, and making my own music. More of like I don't really not that good at playing instruments, but just vocally. Um, Coming up with a lot of songs all the time. I don't even write songs. Like I just write them in my head and kind of like freestyle, and then sometimes I like think of something cool and then I just like remember it. So alright, I want to find out why it is taking forever to load, and then tell it to make a prompt. Okay, so it looks like everything is done, and it says everything worked right, but I tried to refresh the page and it's still loading. Can you make a prompt to figure out what is wrong? Gotta do another audit. Yeah. Yeah, good thing I ate big before I started this stream, because just starting to get hungry now. So I got a lot of energy. Gonna take a break and eat some food, and then on to the next thing. Okay, everything is clean, nothing causing a loop. Now apply the fixes, add a 5-second. Okay, so they found the problem. This is with the API, of course. So yeah, now add debug log into the API route. Yeah, respect. That's cool for promoting music like that. I'm definitely gonna check out what you're doing when I get a chance. And let's see, I got a few songs that I got that are up on YouTube. So yeah, I'll try to see what niche they would fall in. Um, Say it's more like a dance hall. Um, Thinking like Protege, Chronics, um, newer artists that I've been listening to would be like Nance. Um, let's see, Jamal got this new song I've been listening to called New Year. Um, let's see, should be working. Oh, I just got to do npm run dev. I want to proceed, yes. Feel like I'm almost there. Perfect timing, just ran out of water. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm interested to see how that works. So, um, yeah, it's the future right now. Like, man, I remember cause I lived in Nashville for a while, and I remember cause I was always into business and music, and I was always looking like how the scene was changing. Like, people were it used to be like everyone had to get like an album out, and they just like try to get a label for that album, and then it was slowly switching to like people just promoting themselves online that understood like social media marketing and stuff like that, and those guys were like getting bigger than like making way more money, getting way bigger than the people who were promoted by like the labels and everything like that. They had way more creative freedom, and now it's just went in that direction. And when I first got out to Nashville, man, everybody out there was like chasing the same, like trying to play at the same club for like maybe $100 in tips for the whole night for them and their band. And I was talking to people out there. I was like, you guys are like playing an old game, man. Like, you guys need to like understand, promote yourself online. Like, just run your music business. Like, it's actually a business. Like, know the business. And man, I was really like enlightening a lot of people out there. Um, yeah, just to see everything change so quick, and like where is it going? Like, where's the future now? Like, how are people gonna find like the artists that they like? And how is it, especially with AI now? Like, I mean, some of this AI music sounds good. A lot of it is like not the best, but at the same time, I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, I used to have to be able to pay like somebody for beats or someone, because like I don't really like make the background music. That's not really my thing. But now it's like I could just go on AI, kind of tell it the vibe of the music that I want to make for like the background music, and just have it create like the background music for me, and then just go and like record over that. And I mean, of course, like live instruments or like professional producers are gonna be better than AI, but until I like that can at least get me like foot in the door, get like some good music out there that sounds professional, and then take it from there. So you have MTV Rewind embedded into the server. Whoa, like 90,000 music videos, no ads from the launch of MTV to the end of the dude. That's cool, man. Yeah, so yeah, I'm definitely checking that out. That's like, I feel like that's even like inspiring me to like build tools for build tools for musicians or music or something. Restart the browser. It's not working. Okay. it's always the last change I want to make before I end the stream that ends up being like the most problems. But let's see. The server is a sanctuary from that AI music. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, like real music, like you can tell it's AI. Real music is better, for sure. But yeah, as a beginner, if I could get AI made beat or something that's for free instead of paying someone like, I don't know what they're charging, like hundreds of dollars. Um, it's kind of like a shortcut, but yeah, obviously it's not nowhere near actual like musicians, real people making real art. So let's see, mobile soundboard. Yeah, I've never heard of that. That sounds cool. All right. Here's the so telling Gemini the site is not loading, connection failed. Hit Control Shift and R. So in the must be in the PowerShell. Oh. All right. I'm just gonna do it the easy way and give Claude this prompt. Telling Claude the connection failed. Do another search. I'm gonna check the host, verify the port, console the log ping, and check the firewall. Oh, digital soundboard on a web page. That's cool. Yeah, I got the like a keyboard, kind of like MP. It's called like MPC or something like that. But yeah, barely use it that much. And if there was an option that I could just pull up a website with it, which I'm sure there is now, probably they could be a lot better with AI. I'd rather do that than buy a new keyboard or a new soundboard. Or actually, I think you mean like soundboard for like producing music. That's cool. Like the future. Wow, yeah. So like anybody can be like, dude, in the AI, you could just tell the AI like be my producer. Like I want to create this type of music, and then like you could like record something, and then you could listen to it and be like, oh, change this, you know. Yeah, it's working. All right. All right. Let me see if. See, this is the real one. What's the Apple price right now? That looks right. I think Apple's like 200 something. Yeah, Apple's 255 right now. Um, yeah, close 255.78. That's exactly, yeah. So this is the real. Okay, now this is working. This app is done for today. This is the real price of Apple right now. So this is the monthly chart of Apple. You can see what it's done. Each one of these candles represents a month of price movement for Apple. And look at that. It totally looks like it's just starting a downtrend, right? So like any beginner can look at this and be like, well, do I want to, the media is saying like, Apple's up so much. Apple's been doing so well. Apple, like, buy Apple, this, that, whatever. Well, I guess they can't say buy Apple, but they're going to try to hype you up to buy Apple, right? And then you can come on here and you can be like, wait, look at this. Apple's doing this pattern. It's like making a move up. Then it's doing a pretty big move down. Then it's starting the next move up, making higher highs, lower lows. So it's in an uptrend. But really, I mean, over the past year, it's really only gone up $20. If you would have bought there, if you would have like waited for it to like finish the downtrend and buy it at the close 212, still that's only like $30. It's up over the past year. So yeah, you can see like you have a better idea how this works. Here's the candle. It's going to show you inverted candle, and it's saying that's a buy signal. Buying pressure is emerging even though sellers pushed it back. And even though it's a red candle, it's still a buy signal. But looking at the last 3 candles, or even just to make it simple, the last 2, see if this pattern is here. So yeah, none of these. Maybe. Yeah. The tool's doing what I want it to do. I'm gonna get it to you tomorrow in the link. Let me know what you think. Appreciate everyone in the chat. Until I'm back, pick up yourself. Give thanks for life and health and strength and abundance. And it's like we already won this. Just got to keep doing what we want to do. Live the life you love the life you live. Make sure thanks and praises that you give for everything that's great. Make sure you create, because got to do it now before it's too late. You never know the time will come. So we got to take what we got and run with it. And yeah, that's how it goes. So give thanks to everybody that tuned in. Tune in tomorrow and I'll have the link up for this tool. You can check it out. Let me know what you think. Respect to everybody. I'm out for right now. Time to get some food and give thanks for that food. So yeah.